Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. I do have to greatly apologize for being 30 minutes late. I was totally my own fault and also the fault of the world's worst internet connection because I am out with family for the next 2 weeks and I did not bring the internet connection. I brought the drip, but not the internet connection. I hope it's working all right. You guys can probably hear me. Is it actually lined up? Is the audio working? Voice mod, is it working? Is it my normal voice? I don't know yet, but I do apologize for being 30 minutes late. We have a regular show tonight, maybe tomorrow, based upon how bad or good this actually goes. But before we get to that, Richard and James, how's it going tonight, gents?
Hey, how's it going?
We
John, I
made
feel
it.
very underdressed. Did I miss the memo? Got my flannel here.
Well, I was actually I have another suit behind me because I was trying on my suits because I had one shipped to my parents' house so that I could have some adjustments made to it, and it was completely the wrong size, so I left this one on. Say, Livy, we got in last night, really late last night. Spent the day down in Portland, which was always disturbing and gross. You go to like a nice restaurant or you drive around and it's like, oh, there's like really beautiful parts of the city and then really, really, really awful parts as well. So now I'm currently in my mom's office with the streaming setup. It's kind of working. But if I have to, I will turn my camera off to save some bandwidth because I'm not sure. Hook says, James better not be wearing pants. This isn't the pants kind of stream. No, this time I actually am wearing pants. So I do have pants on. So just in case something bad happens, I can stand up and I won't flash you guys.
Wait,
All right.
was that just focus feet pics? What?
Socks,
Somebody
socks,
clip
baby.
it.
Oh,
Oh,
look.
wow.
All right. Look
See,
at those
now that I
dogs.
know that you are wearing pants, I feel extremely overdressed.
Very overdressed. Well, actually, if I wasn't wearing pants, it would like even out because I'd be like very formal and then ready to party down below.
That's right.
All right. Pull them off. No, no, that's Jake's job. Jake's not here. All right. Well, what should we start with? Now that we're a half hour late, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do. But you know, maybe some holiday. What should I call this? Holiday. Would this be a holiday movie? No, this wouldn't. But you'll get it. You'll get it in just a second. What I mean.
George Floyd movie titled Daddy Changed the World is now in production. There's no way this is true. I do not believe this. George Floyd movie. Is this real?
Even though we didn't grow up together.
Well, I'll have you guys know that I will be pre-ordering tickets for opening day of Daddy, You Changed the World, written from the perspective of one of George's abandoned children, which is so funny to think about. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Daddy, You Changed the World. Too bad you didn't show up to my birthday party. Ah.
Together, he's my favorite brother.
Hey, sis.
I'm the baby of the family, and he's the gentle giant.
There's
He
no.
was always.
Especially that face. Like, that's the meme face.
This is a true story of me, Bridget Floyd, and this guy, George Perry Floyd Jr.,
oh my God.
my big brother.
Acts of love? I don't know about that. I don't believe this. George Floyd biopic trailer draws mixed responses. I think this is real, guys. I think they're actually making a movie about George.
Well, what I think this is going to end up being is just a cash grab, as most of BLM is, as they continue to get indicted for embezzling millions of dollars. It's just a cash grab.
Everyone involved in the making this film, if it's profitable, will buy themselves a couple new mansions and then move on.
Well, speaking of new mansions, are you guys aware of the fact that in 2021, the founder of BLM helped launder, I want to say it was $10 million to the CCP through her girlfriend or wife? They basically bought a $7.1 million mansion in Toronto off of the former Communist Party It was the former Communist Party headquarters in China or in Canada. Excuse me.
I mean, I think that's the whole thing with the Black Lives Matter movement. Pretty much all of the money that was donated in 2020 to the movement just went to buy private property.
Well,
what was it? The
the
second biggest Facebook page had was run by an Australian guy, and he had the like donation links and all this other stuff, and he was just a random dude in Australia taking everybody's money. So whether it's intentionally like a BLM scam or somebody scamming people who think it's BLM, yeah, that money is not going where you think. Now, how funny would it be? Is George Floyd, the inciting incident was caused by a counterfeit $20 bill. How funny would that be if this is like a fake trailer to drive up money for like a GoFundMe for a movie, but instead of them making the movie, they just take the money.
So BLM 2.0?
I'd say that would be ironic, but it would actually be the opposite of ironic. It'd be like exactly what you would expect. Yeah.
Runs in the family.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
George Floyd. Hollywood is finishing production of a movie about the life and legacy of George Floyd titled Daddy Changed the World by Radar Pictures. It's on IMDb. No, it's not. Oh my. Cast George Floyd.
Is that the only picture they have of George? Is just the meme picture that everybody uses? That's to me, when I see this, I'm like, this has to be a joke.
There's other pictures out there. There's I think at least 2 or 3 booking photos. I mean, so there are other pictures available. They're just not going to use them.
This is just the most flattering one.
Yeah, I was gonna say this random selfie has been immortalized by everyone and everything. And
well, here's the thing, John.
Yeah.
If they used a different one, how would the general public be sure that it's George Floyd? I mean, I hate to say it, but
I guess it is the most recognizable.
I got you, Richard. Yeah, I'm looking and I don't see a single other picture. Like, this is the picture.
yeah.
Wait. Okay, can you find him just in a suit? Like, does he have any nice photos at all?
Yeah. There's one of him in a suit. It's right here.
That's not what I'm looking for, buddy. But George, I'm looking it up as well. George Floyd suit. Lawsuits. That's not what I was asking for. Pictures of lawsuits. Yeah, man, it really is just that photo, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you guys excited to go spend $20 a ticket for Daddy? You changed
Wait, is
the
it really
world.
$20?
I mean, I don't know what ticket prices are these days. I imagine like matinees like 10 or 12 or something, and then like IMAX probably roughly 20. Yeah.
I'm gonna go just so that a way I can try and pay with a fake $20 bill to get in to see the movie.
It's what he would have wanted. It's what he would have wanted. This is what he died for.
He died doing what he loved.
In the 3D version, I think you actually get to put your knee on the neck.
Oh my god, dude! I need to make like a fake James Cameron interview where he's talking about the 3D technology of making George Floyd's death as realistic as possible. Dude, that's something that like a teacher would do, right? They're like, kids, I want you to like realize your racism. I want you to put your knee on the neck of a black student to really feel how. Yeah, the black student's like, what? Why am I here? What? I don't like this, ma'am.
IMAX goes hard.
Jeez. Yeah. James Cameron worked for 20 years to develop this technology to make it feel real. Or what's that other one? They have a new movie theater. It's like 4DX or something, where like your seats move and they rumble and they
fans that blow
you get smells and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't know is that I would want to smell the George Floyd movie.
Right.
What if you're watching like a sports film? Does it just sweat? They just never clean it. It's more more atmospheric. But something that a lot of you guys in chat will be familiar with. I think a lot of you were born there. Actually, the Virgin Islands, named after your relationship skills. Ouch. No, but I thought this was funny.
You know,
Is that
I
really the
visited the
aspect
Virgin
ratio?
Islands once. What's that?
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say I visited the Virgin Islands once, and they had to change the name after I came back.
All right. Off the panel. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Can't be
I'm
doing that. Is
trying.
this? No, I'm trying to adjust the. What the heck is my screen doing? No, I'm using an old Okay, that's better. I was trying to fix the aspect ratio because it was like super long, so you couldn't even see anything. Justice Department sues the Virgin Islands inappropriately named police department for unconstitutional practices, resulting in effective denials of gun permits. Now, as a Virgin Island aficionado and as an expert in all things cultural, there, James, their gun laws are not like America's, right? Because even though they're like technically a territory, they still don't have all the same rights and obligations as we do. Is that right?
I don't know much about the Virgin Islands. I know I visited the Bahamas, which is obviously not a U.S. territory, but is I think technically a British territory or something like that. But they are. I know when I was there. This is somewhat off topic, but it's on the gun control thing. There were a bunch of U.S. government, like federal designated, like ambassador staff and whatnot, because some kid had gotten stopped by their TSA on the way back with like a couple 9mm rounds just in his bag that he just had accidentally, had fallen in the bag, and they were trying to make a huge deal out of it, throw him in prison for many years. And so I think there was even a senator down there while I was there. So yeah, once you get out into the Caribbean, you don't really know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I mean, I remember they were threatening to send somebody to jail for like life or some insane sentence.
Yeah.
For having like just loose shell casings, and that happens to lots of people. Like famously, that goblin in Russia for having THC or something on her, right?
Yep.
Not a great idea, even if it's because quote unquote, your home laws for prohibitive substances are not translatory to all other countries. Yeah, but I'm looking at it. You just need a license to purchase. Have to be registered with the Virgin Islands Police Department. They say assault weapons and 50 BMGs are prohibited, but I don't know what that means. Magazine capacity restrictions. No open carry. Restricted peaceful journey laws. No. So I mean, they have some guns, but
is there any
probably not as
reciprocity, like in terms of permits?
Well, that's actually interesting.
Doubtful.
So
It does say they allow
license.
Yeah, go ahead.
License is required for concealed carry. Interesting. So I wonder, I need to look this up.
I mean, AI says that there is some reciprocity, but it's could be hallucination. It's hard to tell.
Well, if you're checking Google AI, like I said, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was checking the sunrise time and it told me 12:01 p.m.
Well, I just misinterpreted what you meant there. The sunrise on a new day, like
it was just telling you when you were going to get up.
Yeah, it then told me this data may be incorrect. It's like, well, then why did you?
Yeah, be warned about the data. Well, so it is in terms of people who actually live there, though, it is a shall issue for concealed carry. So that's kind of what the big hullabaloo is, because they're supposed to issue unless there's a reason not to. Not like a lot of California's may issue, right? So they don't have any obligation to actually issue you a permit. But if it's shall issue, then they have to, unless they have some sort of reasonable explanation. So today, the Justice Department filed a complaint against the Virgin Islands Police Department, VIPD, alleging that the territory's unreasonable delays and conditions on lawful gun owners' rights create an unconstitutional permitting process in violation of the Second Amendment. Numerous applicants complained that VIPD is unreasonably delaying their gun permit application decisions and added unreasonable conditions, including bolted in gun safes prior to issuing gun licenses, Finally, VIPD continues to enforce a proper cause regulation nearly identical to the law that the U.S. Supreme Court previously struck down in another case years ago. Right, because I think this was the Bruins case where California and New York and a bunch of these other guys had to like adjust the way that they did their concealed carry permits and switch from may issue to shall issue, but then they just added a ton of additional requirements on top of it to kind of keep it in place. Because all this stuff is barriers to entry for firearms purchases. I do find it funny that the U.S. Justice Department is going after the Virgin Islands for restricting, Second Amendment rights when we have a lot of mainline states that are as bad, if not worse. And they're just choosing to ignore for the most part, I suppose. They love you. Well, if any of you guys live in the Virgin Islands, just know that the U.S. Department is on it. They're taking care of it for you. However, if you live in California or New York, you are SOL.
Also Chicago and many parts of Washington.
I feel like living in the Virgin Islands is more of a state of mind than a state of place.
Yeah, spiritually, most of the chat lives there. Spiritually,
that's right.
Half of your viewers live on the Virgin Island. Yeah. Virgin Island is what I call the couch in my living room. I shouldn't share. Oh, I know. Here we go. I gotta actually put it on the screen. All right. This is just coming from Mod O for all of you. Before we get to the real AK news, something else some of you are going to be interested in, like 5 of you probably. This is from Mod O. I shouldn't share this, but F it. The Vityaz is coming back to the market under who? I can't say. So he's being a little coy there, just being silly. Now the Vityaz, if you guys aren't familiar, that is the MP5 of the Russia. These guys with their little 9mm thingamajigs, they're really popular for a minute or two. PSA kind of has a Vityaz clone. Kalashnikov USA kind of has one, the KR9, which I actually had. I thought it was fine. But then when KUSA self-imploded with, actually that would be non-version marketing with their, didn't they have was that the company that had the former adult actress as their marketing head? Was that the one? Or she was part of their marketing?
I missed this story, but I'll look it up right now. What's the details?
I'll
look it up right now. Kalashnikov USA. Yeah, they hired a former porn actress to do some of their marketing, and then she was wife. Well, that was what I was going to say. She was married to the owner, in a relationship with the owner. How was that going? Right? Something like that.
No, she was.
So
I don't think she was actually married to the owner. Yeah, there is some backdoor deals, you could say.
Yeah.
But
right. Yeah, Lee Henda says they know the market of their DGen customers. AK Slavaboos, they keep taking these L's. They're stacking up. It's looking kind of bad, honestly, for them.
Taking L's, taking D's, depends on who you are.
Well, I do remember something funny about that was she was at a match that KUSA was sponsoring. She got DQ'd at the match for some safety violation, right? And she got really upset. Kalashnikov USA got really upset, and then they like backed out of sponsoring the match or some other drama that was going on there, which is very, very awkward, and one of those reasons that you shouldn't get in bed, literally and metaphorically, with these types of people. Just awkward. But for the 4 of you in chat that care, there's the Vityaz is coming back.
What does it shoot?
Not sure.
Is it like 9mm
It's
standard 9mm? Okay.
It's not that exciting. It's literally a blowback 9mm, but it looks like an AK, and so AK fans love it. And it was also used by the Spetsnaz for a little while, called the Vityaz. So again, like 4 people in chat is going to be very, very excited about that. Safety violation. STDs. Yeah. All right. Okay, so this was a story that somebody sent me today. And at first I was like, oh, this is kind of BS. This is just some guy's got some hobbies and he's just making some like 40 mil shells in his backyard. Like, oh, that's kind of cool and base. But um, the story goes a little deeper, shall we say. Smithfield man found with 155 homemade bombs on property gets 8-year prison sentence. Let me see if the video is any good on this. Let me see. Let me turn off my camera, see if it loads.
And we begin tonight with new information we have uncovered about that disturbing discovery.
All right, chat. I am sure you are very conflicted right now because that's a weird look. I'm just subjectively speaking, like red hair is a strange look. Very uncommon. Very uncommon. But
especially, yeah, that's awesome.
Would question mark team switch? Yeah. Wait a second. That's
Wait,
like
when did Netflix
Elder
start
Scrolls.
presenting the news?
This is Netflix presents Ireland.
Isle of Wight County. I'm Jessica Larshay, and a man from our community is under investigation by the FBI. They say investigators found more than 150 homemade improvised explosive devices in Brad Spafford's possession. UC reporter John Hood explains what court records say investigators found and how the community is reacting tonight.
Neighbors and those working here off of Foursquare Road in Smithfield tell me back in December, they can remember hearing multiple booms coming from a property just down the road. But what they didn't know was, according to court documents, those booms were a part of the FBI's largest seizure of explosive devices in history.
That's a little scary, very scary. I mean, hey, you just never know who your neighbors are, right?
Renee Wright tells me she and her crew have been working on an upcoming estate sale just down the road from where the FBI allegedly found over 150 explosives at the home of 36-year-old Brad.
Now, when I saw this, I was like, this looks like 40 millimeter shells, basically. That's what it looked like to me. Somebody was making his own shells and had a launcher or something that he slapped together, probably an unregistered, quote unquote, destructive device, right? And it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. That's kind of cool, But big no when it comes to the NFA.
Those look just like PVC. Yeah, this looks more like homemade fireworks than bombs, but
well, so when I was showed this originally, I was like, oh, that's kind of neat stuff, It's not too extra. I mean, it's obviously it's sketchy to people who are like, oh no, it's guns or it's bombs or something, but it's kind of normal. Why can I not? Hello, Paige, can I not? Oh my gosh, there we go. I mean, it looks cool, right? If you're making your own stuff, I get that, legally not super cool, but if it's not paired with like threats or imminent violence, like it's kind of neat,
is
doing
it
your own thing?
That's Spafford.
Is it just
Wright
a
says
binary Can we pull that up a little bit?
Is this what, sorry?
The one with the writing on it. I was wondering if we could see the actual components.
I can't make it any bigger, unfortunately.
I'm wondering if it's just like a 3-part priming compound or.
Well,
So,
let's
I'm with you, John. Oh, first glance seems pretty based. Is there a catch coming, or is it just? Is that the whole story?
Well, right. So that's the problem, right? Is that there is unfortunately a catch, and I was told that the person then began making threats, and when you make threats and are in possession of 200 quote unquote bombs, then things are a little problematic, right? It's like if you're blowing up like garbage in your backyard, like cool, right? Of course, but yeah.
That's
where they draw the line.
Wright says she can remember leaving the night on December 17th to find law enforcement vehicles flooding the road.
Really foggy that night.
Oh wow, yeah,
And
he
when I
even
got
had
down
lethal
around
written
the
on the
curve,
top of one.
Still
Well, I mean, I wonder if this is actually just Dugan's stash right here.
really foggy that night. And when I got down around the curve, still lights, but a whole lot more when I got up there. The first house was probably, 7 or 8 cars.
A search warrant was issued against Spafford for allegedly owning a modified rifle that was unregistered. While executing the warrant, the the FBI found a short-barreled rifle inside Spafford's safe and over 150 explosive devices on the property. A majority were allegedly found in a detached garage and were labeled lethal. Through an investigation, the FBI learned Spafford was allegedly...
Bro, did he keep him next to his Hot Pockets? Is that what I mean, now I'm kind of hungry. That looks like, yeah, he just kept him right next to his Hot Pockets. He's just like me.
Through an investigation, the FBI learned Spafford was allegedly stockpiling homemade ammunition and explosives even in his freezer next to food. A majority of the pipe bombs had to be detonated on site because of how unstable they were.
And it was all day long, all day.
While Spafford is only facing one weapons violation charge for the rifle, prosecutors say he could face other charges for having unregistered destructive devices. Spafford is out on bond and is in custody of a family member. Part of his bond is also requiring him to wear an electronic monitoring system. In Smithfield, I'm John Hood, News 3.
I wonder if he's really young, because if he's in quote unquote custody of one of his relatives, that makes actually
36.
36. So, Smithfield man who was found to have more than 150 homemade pipe bombs. Is that accurate to call them pipe bombs? Looks like they're wrapped in cardboard. That's not right.
PVC caps. So technically, yes. And it did look like just freaking toilet paper tubes.
Yeah. Well, so Kenneth Spafford, 36, pleaded guilty in July after initially pleading not guilty to charges of possession of an unregistered destructive device and possession of an unregistered short-barrel rifle. So I think what they really got him on was the short-barreled rifle. As far as the unregistered destructive devices, but the problem is, I think you have to register literally every single one of those shells as destructive devices. Like every single one. So every single one that's not properly labeled or is counted as a destructive device can be held against you, right? At what is it, 10, 15 years a pop max? Which is, 150 times 15. Do the math real quick. Do. Oh, that's 225 years, bro. Yikes, dude. That's rough.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I say 225? I meant 2,250 years.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think you're
that.
off.
Big number. Off by a few centuries. Off by a couple millennia. Who's counting at that point?
Are destructive devices just like SBRs or silencers, or are they managed at different? Like, is there a different process to get them?
They're still under. Well, so I don't know if you can form one a destructive device. Maybe you can. People in the chat probably know more than I do about destructive devices. But if you want to buy like a pre-made 40 mil launcher, you buy it and then you would do the form 4. So it would be the same thing as if you were buying an SBR, buying a silencer. So you would do your background check, your fingerprints, all the other fun stuff that you do with any NFA item. But for the actual shells themselves, you would have to do that for every single one, which is why most of the time when you're buying 40 mil rounds, it's chalk rounds or a flare round or, non-destructive devices. And I don't even know if they would sell you like an HE round, even if you could technically possess it under a Form 4. I don't know if they would sell it to you.
Yeah, like, is there a realistic way to obtain them if you have enough time and are willing to fill out the forms? I've never really seen someone do it. It just seems like it's always just chalk rounds.
Well, so I'm confused because I know people that build their own explosives, right? So is that illegal to do so? But I mean, like Dugan has a public YouTube channel in which he builds and sets off explosives. Is it because they're not packaged into a cylinder that they're not considered a destructive device? Like, what is the actual line here?
So I think with Dugan, because of the fact that he has different licensing, basically like the guys from Ordnance Lab, they pay their annual fee and then they just fill out the paperwork, laser engrave whatever on their devices, take the pictures, and then they file the paperwork later. Like, I think it's $1,000 or $1,200 or something like that they pay for the year, and then they just file the paperwork.
Well, so Ivan says all 40 mil projectiles, including dummy and chalk rounds, are considered destructive devices. All of them? Really?
Yes, because
I know 37 mil get the round because they're flares, right?
Well, the 40 millimeter has the the capability of holding over so much payload, so therefore it is considered a DD. At least that was my understanding of it. Right.
So it says you need
Anything
an
that has the
explosives
capability.
license for something over point. You need an explosives license for something over 0.4 grams of HE.
Yes.
Interesting. Chocks,
Right,
cylinder.
right.
Well, so the chat is arguing. The chat is right, because it's a totally different type of explosive, though, isn't it? Because you can go into your local hardware store and buy like 50 pounds of tannerite. You're not gonna have a problem.
Right.
Interesting.
40-pound box of fun.
My girlfriend calls my 40 millimeter a destructive device. That's the self-report there, bro. 40 millimeters is only 1.5 inches, dude. Oh no. It's also inappropriately named Dick
I think
Speeder.
he's talking gauge.
Whoa. Okay, where was I? Is this a different video or is this the same video? Because I'll get into his threats in just a second.
Play News 3's Pigskin Pick'em at WTKR.com. Pick the winning teams each week. Weekly winners go into a drawing for
an ad that's just blank. Heck yeah.
Yep.
Let's go.
News 3's Pigskin Pick'em. Register now at WTKR.com.
Thank you, news organization, for selling me a gambling ad before. I think it's just the same one.
It is.
Oh, gentlemen, I wish my
And we
internet was
begin
faster.
tonight with new
Oh, it is. Sorry. All right. So the investigation started after a source told authorities Spafford and his friends were allegedly preparing for something Spafford would not be able to do alone. That's very ominous. The source also reported that Spafford had lost some of his fingers in 2021 while working on explosive devices. Investigators later discovered that in 2021, Spafford had completely amputated thumb and other partially amputated fingers, as well as scalp lacerations and hearing loss. Like, at first glance, this sounds like Uncle Jim out in the woods setting off explosives by himself. He's missing a thumb, missing some fingers. Half of his hair is blown off. Like,
And he just keeps going.
Yeah, dude, if I'm going to buy a bomb from somebody, if it's not this guy, I show up there and he's like missing a leg, his hair is all gone. He's like, "What? What'd you say? What'd you say, son? Speak up. I'm hard of hearing." Oh dear.
Next line.
He told hospital staff his injuries were from fireworks, but investigators learned that they were from a launcher at his property that he had misfired. Dude, imagine running into the ER like missing fingers, half of them are burned off. You got burns on your head and probably the rest of your body. That's not a fun drive. That's got to be miserable, dude. Yikes. Yeah, lessons not learned. That is very true. Very true. Lessons not learned.
Sounds
if at first you don't succeed, or whatever they say.
Sounds very similar to what happened to what's his name? Is it Bryce? I think is his name from Ballistics High Speed.
Oh, with the RPG?
Yeah.
Misfire? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, if I was a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you, would I? Brad Spafford's manufacture and stockpiling of explosive device posed a serious danger to himself and others. Apparently true. Exhibit A, his hands. Said Lindsay Halligan, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. This sentence, along with Mr. Spafford's own injuries, should serve as a deterrent to anyone considering the manufacture of homemade explosives. I don't know, man. Making your own explosive stuff is kind of cool. It's kind of based, having the capability to do that. But yeah, not something that I would recommend for your average Joe, simply because reasons. Obviously, legalities. We follow and recommend you follow all legalities on this show, of course. But aside from the legalities, if you don't actually have all the proper setups, the proper steps, you don't actually know what you're doing, it's one of those hobbies that has a little bit of downsides, you could say, or potential failure points, things that you may not, want to happen to you. The juice may not be worth the squeeze in this case. Art Vandalay, would you recommend it if I worked in an apartment complex? Well, depending on where that apartment complex is, depending on how much you like your neighbors, maybe it's a great idea, right? It's like, nope, your neighbors never see you. You just work a dead end job. And then one day the apartment complex is gone and nobody knows why, That's
You know that
terrifying. Think
happened
about your
in,
neighbor.
I think it was Baltimore.
But
I think it was Baltimore a couple years back. Guy lived in a brownstone or a townhome or something like that in between 2 or 3 other units, and he set his place on fire and then started shooting at first responders when they showed up. And it turned out he was like a BLM activist organizer, but was
Well, that's different
legitimately
than blowing up your
insane.
That's different than blowing up your house, but that's way darker, dude.
Well, he tried,
Damn.
if I remember correctly, he tried to blow it up, but it failed and just caught fire.
Well, but isn't that the same thing that happened this year in Idaho, where the man set a fire and then waited for first responders to show up and get out, and then started shooting at them? That happened this year. I mean, those people are sick.
The other guy and I'm pretty sure it was Baltimore. He started shooting at his neighbors first. Just anybody who showed up, he started shooting at.
Damn.
Yeah. But he also had writings that like the FBI and CIA were listening to him through his lampshade, and just absolutely insane, right? And everybody knew this was going on. Apparently, all of his neighbors, co-workers, family, and nobody ever stepped in to say anything or do anything or try and get him some help.
I do like this part of the article. So on December 17th, 2024, Spafford was, a year ago today, basically, or yesterday. Damn. Happy 1-year anniversary, bro. Spafford was arrested for possessing the rifle. Authorities then raided his rural Isle of Wight property and found a jar of extraordinarily dangerous explosive materials just next to his hot pockets in his freezer. So I don't know
It
what
looks like spaghetti sauce.
Well, right. It's like, hey, can you get me a hot pocket in that sauce from the freezer, please?
So I think
not that jar, not that one.
I think he's doing freezer distillation of spicy liquids, we'll say.
Well, I don't know if somebody's saying napalm in the chat. I don't know if that's accurate, but whatever needs to be cold to keep stable, he was like, you know what? You go next to the hot pockets. Yeah, imagine reaching for a hot pocket, grabbing the wrong one, and then dropping it. Little oopsie. Oopsie.
What's the over-under on this guy being single since he's got explosives next to the hot pockets?
Oh, he's got to be single, dude.
Yeah.
Got to be single. He's definitely a Virgin Island man.
That's right.
Guaranteed, dude. I mean, 36 years old, missing some fingers, a thumb, some hair, making explosives in your backyard.
Literally had his hairline blown back.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there was your transition, John. Really missed an opportunity transitioning from the last story to this one.
He needs
shoot.
to go see grandson for some of them hair plugs.
That was the joke I was about to make. So it's the reverse. It's the reversed hairline repair. It's like hairline too strong. Had to take it off with explosives, dude.
Did you see that YouTube took that video down for harassment?
Yeah, it got reported for harassment, even though the time stamp that it gave us, we were actually talking about Renan having too much hair.
Yeah, he's got the most beautiful, luscious locks of hair, and we're
Renan
talking
has
about
hair
him
down to his
cutting.
butt, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, he does. He does. He is Fabio with slightly more nerdy, I guess. But yeah, it turns out that harassing someone for having too beautiful of a head of hair is taboo for YouTube.
Yeah. I think it's I think people just mass reported that video. It's fine. I'm not salty about it. Yeah, so in the process, they found 155 improvised explosive devices, which they said were likely homemade pipe bombs. Some of the explosives were labeled as words like lethal and concussion. Authorities also uncovered bomb-making equipment, riot gear, and empty grenade canisters. According to the court documents, a number of the pipe bombs had to be detonated on site because of how unstable they were. Neighbors told News 3 they heard this happening all day long. Now, how does that work though when it comes to sentencing you with possessions of an unregistered destructive device? Because if they had to blow them up on site, then how do they count those as evidence, right? They're not there anymore. They're gone.
Images.
Just document them and say that you had them.
Yep, they just take pictures and then blow it up.
I guess. Yeah, so are they gonna auction off the rest or what? Yeah, I mean, that's a
I'm
hobby.
sure it'll be
sure.
listed on Gunbroker. Just check to make sure that the location for the account doesn't say Quantico.
Right.
Your Honor, we pinky promise they're real. True. Now, speaking of other hobbies for retards, one of my hobbies, USPSA, is well, it might be going away because they simply didn't want to say where all of the money was going, and instead of doing that, they're like, no, we'll just dissolve. It's fine. We don't care about any of our members or the money or the matches or the freaking ranges, anything like that. We don't care about those people, so we'll just dissolve. It's fine.
They
You
just
guys hear
wouldn't
about this
admit
today?
that Ben invented logic.
I will not stop screaming.
If honestly, if that was part of the if that was part of the complaint, that would actually be hilarious. But so some background on this, which is actually let's let this play for a second or two, and then I'll get into the background of it a little bit.
Well, looks like USPSA may be dissolved. Right. That's it. You heard me. USPSA may be dissolved today. Anyway, what do I mean? What are we talking about here? Well, you guys may remember, you may not, the tangled, crazy web of drama related to USPSA, the United States Practical Shooting Association. You may remember one of the little chapters.
Yeah, I know the video is probably really bad because again, my internet sucks. Here I'm on my my hotspot from my phone, but if you guys can hear it, you guys can hear it. That's the important part. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Ignore the stop motion, Ben.
Chapters in the USPSA saga is one of the area directors that was that was elected, and he's on the board very, very briefly before being removed by the rest of the USPSA board and I think kicked out of the organization. Individual, as an individual, he can't be a USPSA member anymore. He filed a lawsuit against USPSA and all of this. This all went down in March of 2025 of this year. Well, that lawsuit has moved on, and now here's what it is. Here's the Washington ruling, whereby the organization lost on all of its defenses. The hearing on dissolution is tomorrow morning. So what's happening is there's a lawsuit going on where former area.
So to kind of sum it up, so there's 16 area directors, 12 area directors. There's a board of directors for USPSA. They all get elected within their area, and then they're on the board of the directors, and they get to make sure everything works the way it's supposed to. They're supposed to operate by a series of bylaws and all sorts of fun stuff. However, they don't really do that. And so one of the new gentlemen, and also I should mention that USPSA is just like a known corrupt entity. It's just really bad. Everybody hates it, and everybody's hated it for a really long time. Ben Steger famously went up against the board of directors and lost and got kicked out a number of years ago at this point, and then just last year got allowed to come back into USPSA, although at this point he doesn't care. So the board of directors has done all sorts of awful, shady, backdoor dealings with different people and pay to win and all sorts. I mean, there's been like sex scandals and other weird things within the USPSA structure. Where's all the money going? Who really knows? So last year, 2 people were elected to it. And again, I think March of 2025, because they do their, I don't know if it's annual reelection, but you have to get voted in every now and again. And so one of the new guys comes in and he's like, you know what? I'm going to hold the board to account. We are going to get discovery. We are going to figure out where all this money goes. And you are going to accept these new bylaws and actually follow the rules that are on the books. The USPSA organization and the rest of the board of directors, other than I think 2 of them, were like, no, let's not do that. Like, we're actually just going to remove you from your position as board of director. So the guy lasted, I think, 2 months as board of director, something like that. Very, very short amount of time that he was on the board of directors. So he's on the board of directors, gets kicked off, and then in that process begins to sue them in Washington State, where I currently am, because they have either some of their holdings are here, and then I know they have their holdings in, I think, Delaware as well. But I think that they're kind of quote unquote based off of Washington. And USPSA today, the organization itself, not the person suing them, but the organization lost. And so in the defendants, or not the defendants in this case, because the defendant would be USPSA, but in the litigation side, he essentially wanted them to adopt the new set of bylaws that were voted on, which would essentially just be, full transparency. Where did all the money go? We're going to actually do what we're supposed to do, so on and so forth. Fix the corporate rot, or incorporated in Delaware but based in Washington. So, or you get to dissolve and not be a company any longer. Like that was basically you can go one of 2 ways. And USPSA apparently, I mean, I'm sure it's still going on in talks and other fun stuff, but apparently was like, we're just going to dissolve. Yeah, we just, we'd rather die than tell you where all the money went. We'd rather die than be accountable to our, again, the ranges, the match directors, the freaking members, which I happen to be a USPSA member, which I find very, very funny. So,
what are the alternatives? Like, what happens if this goes through? I mean, it seems like a layup for someone to come along.
USPSA, I do have the full documents here. So Ben posted all of them to his story. So I don't know if we're going to read all of them because, again, it's just pages and pages of very exciting court documents. But they did lose. They lost. So again, their option was to dissolve or to follow the rules, right? And they are apparently choosing just to dissolve, right? That's their option, because they either have to, again, agree to follow the terms of what this area director, what this former board of director person put up there, or dissolve. And they chose, we'll just go ahead and dissolve. Again, apparently that could all change. I think the dissolution hearing is actually tomorrow. So we'll actually know a little bit more by tomorrow night, I would imagine, about what's actually going to happen. But if USPSA dissolves, then it's over. Good luck. Goodbye, I suppose.
Does that mean you're no longer Master
will come
John?
Along and well, see, that's the funny thing is you could just say you're a USPSA Grand Wizard right before they close down. I got my classification, and then they hopped out
just, right before it ended.
One of those. But yes, if nobody probably,
I think we lost him.
I guess you could probably buy it.
I can hear you, but it's really scratchy.
Yeah. You sound worse than George Droid right now. More robotic than George Droid.
Okay.
It's Jover.
Let me know if it's better.
I think you're back.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're back.
No. Okay, am I back? Okay. I had to get rid of like some of the pages because again I'm running off of limited bandwidth here. All right, so let me close out of a bunch of things. So, anyways, USPSA might be gone. Somebody else can probably buy the organization or restructure it into something else. But as far as I'm aware, the organization, or at least in its current form, is going away. Now, most ranges will probably just switch to a different rule set and a different organization that already exists, which is called PCSL. I mean, that's an option. or you can just do what are called outlaw matches, because really USPSA is great for the larger matches. So the level 2, the level 3 matches, your area matches, your section matches, your championships, and all the big fun ones. Those are USPSA is really good for that. But just your local Thursday night match, like, who cares? It doesn't really matter. There won't be like a classification system, although I believe that PCSL already has its own classification system. The targets are a little bit different, but the rule set for the most part is the same. The divisions are a little different. So, maybe you won't be competing in carry optics anymore because carry optics doesn't exist because USPSA doesn't exist. So, as far as like the average shooter goes, like your local matches will probably still be running matches. The only difference is they won't be paying USPSA member fees, and you won't have all the rules that USPSA has. You'll have more outlaw matches. You'll have more PCSL matches. But by and large, the average shooter probably won't notice that much. The guys who are competing to win area matches and the bigger matches, that actually kind of sucks for them, because unless somebody really steps up to the plate to get those matches going, which are very hard to do, very expensive to do, then the big matches are definitely going to suffer. But yeah, USPSA, big dumb, big gay. So
We did have a
if you're
good
looking to do
question
big
here.
stuff,
From Steelhammer.
does
Does
USPSA
USPSA Go ahead.
good? Okay, well, fine. Does USPSA even have any assets? The money might be gone, but people can reorganize pretty fast. So that's the thing. What does USPSA actually have? Well, they have a lot of deals with people. They have a lot of sponsorships with people.
Yeah.
Right? You would think.
Email
But the
lists?
question is, they also, well, email lists, the members is the biggest thing, right? Because they have, I don't know what their raw membership numbers is, but it's got to be in the tens of thousands of people at $50 a year is not no money, right? So we're talking like an annual revenue of millions of dollars, which, you'd think people would want to keep around, but apparently not, because they simply just don't want to tell you where the money went, I guess.
Now, do they have any physical properties? Like, are there any ranges or buildings or facilities or anything like that?
Well, so that's the thing. The way USPSA, not really. I mean, they might have some assets, like some property assets, but because obviously they have some formation in Washington and Delaware. But I don't know if that's just like where their LLC is registered, right? Because the way it works too is if you're doing a USPSA branded match, I think there's some membership fee that you have to pay as a match, as a range, to be a USPSA range. Then you have to have a certain number of classifiers every year. And what's funny with classifiers is that for every classifier you enter, you also owe USPSA a certain amount of money for that. So the more classifiers that ranges are forced to do, the more money they have to give to USPSA, which I find funny. So, I mean, the membership fees in and of themselves are millions of dollars a year, I would imagine. Not to mention all of the other match fees and classifier fees and whatever else it might be, range fees, because the range has to be affiliated with them. So there's some serious money here, and it is the biggest one. So the loss of USPSA through sheer stupidity, sheer malice, I guess, because there's no value in losing it other than maybe you guys weren't following the bylaws and maybe you guys would be open to some civil liability. Because I don't know if they did anything illegal, so to speak, but maybe they did a lot of things that were untoward with all the membership fees. You don't know. I don't know.
And is there no pathway to like selling it or selling all those assets? Or maybe they could sell the membership list as like an asset as part of the liquidation process, even as they're dissolving, but they can maybe transfer some of their less tangible assets to some new organization. I don't know. Just trying to think how you'd make the most of this.
Just to me, like if I currently owned the organization of USPSA, and I had, like, let's say 10,000 members paying $50 a year. which is like that's not huge numbers. I mean, Netflix has like 1 million members or 10 million or 100 million members, whatever it might be, right? But even so, in the shooting world, if I had an active list of 10,000 people spending $50 a year, like I would think that I could sell this organization for tens of millions of dollars, and that's not including all the other match fees and other things. So I would think that they have a lot of value. But choosing to dissolve the because as far as I'm aware, that was their option. They could either dissolve or agree to this guy's terms. Because I think part of his complaint was essentially that they are violating their own laws and therefore have to dissolve. Right? Because they're breaking their own rules, so the organization has to go away, or they have to adopt these new bylaws and actually do what they're supposed to do, which is going to entail accountability and actually figuring out where all the money went. And their whole argument of trying to get away from him was, oh, he can't actually sue us because we kicked him off the board of directors. So because he's no longer on the board of directors, even though when he started the lawsuit, he was on the board of directors. But their argument was, oh, because we kicked him off, he can no longer sue us because he's no longer pertinent to this information. Right? He's no longer entitled to this information because we kicked him off. Even though when we started, he was
the thing. Yeah.
Well, but there was something about adopting the new bylaws in there as well, and it's just, well, that's true. Actually, it's $50 a year, or the lifetime members bought something else too, isn't it? The lifetime membership is like more. Let me look it up actually. So yeah, if you bought a USPSA lifetime membership, that's a oops. 'Cause I just bought a $50 a year membership, but yeah, I think you can buy different ones as well. Lifetime is $1,000.
Ooh.
I see, bro.
Yeah,
that's tragic. Honestly, if true, that is very tragic. Well, can I just want to see membership plans. Membership plans. Come on. I mean, I like
That's not
USPSA.
really much
Okay,
of a
so
deal.
again, I would want personally to keep the organization around because we have all the infrastructure, we have all the website, we have all the members. So it's like we still have the classification system. We have all these USPSA classifiers that work really well, and we've produced a lot of really great shooters out of this. Fantastic. But apparently, they're just willing to let it all go, which I find very stupid. Can I skip to membership? Nope, it won't let me skip. USPSA membership cost. See.
Yeah, it says the previous lifetime membership fee was $500 and they increased it to $1,000 on July 28th of 2023.
Okay, so here's how it goes. So level 1 match. So these are just the match fees. So for doing a USPSA match, you owe $1.50 per competitor. If you're doing a level 1 match with a classifier, it's $3. With 2 classifiers, 4, so on and so forth, all the way up to 7 and 8 classifiers, it's $7.50 per shooter. And that's what, so if you have 100 shooters show up, you owe USPSA nearly $1,000, depending on the type of match that you're doing. Level 2 match is $2.50, which isn't that much more. And then classifiers, so on and so forth, up to $5. So depending on how you're going, depending on how many shooters are going, USPSA is making, hundreds of dollars per match. And that's basically free, right? That's the thing about USPSA is with almost no input at all, they're raking in hundreds or thousands of dollars a week from these clubs, right? While doing nothing, just for the privilege of saying USPSA, which is why a lot of these, like I have one local club to me down in Omaha that's saying we only do the minimum number of classifiers a year to stay registered as a USPSA club. But other than that, all of our matches are outlaw matches, so we don't have to give them money. And that's what they do.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, Dick Speeder says, why do we need to pay an org to time and score your shooting? Well, it's really for the competitive side of thing. So you as a lower, I'm not saying you specifically, but just as lower class shooters, it's really not that important. But if you want to like compete with the best, if you want to have a classification, if you want to attend level 2, level 3 championship matches, so on and so forth. Well, then you need an organization to calculate all those scores and, put them all together and put on all of these events, right? Which that you won't have. Again, this won't affect you if you just go to your local matches and that's all you care about, because I guarantee you those local matches will still be doing something. But if you want that competitive spirit, if you want to have those, like big national championships, well, you need some organization to put those on, right? Because like let's say John Focus wanted to put on a national level match by himself. What does that even look like? Like who are the best shooters out there right now? I have no idea. USPSA does. I don't.
Focus
So I
nationalist
was going to
match?
put on an invitational Focus nationalist match. Yeah, but I mean so I like the organization. Kind of like not. I don't like the organization. I like having an organization that puts it all together. And again, there's other ones that will stand to gain a lot off of this, like PCSL and some of these other guys that'll step up for sure. Yeah.
Do you look for IDPA to
Focus
change up any of
Invitational.
their?
Well, IDPA is a different game.
Right, but do you look for them to
So
change any of their structure to adapt to maybe bring in some of the USPSA guys?
Seems like
I
they'd have to
doubt it,
introduce
because
a
then they
new
would
rule
be.
set.
Well, but yeah, they're changing their game to play more like USPSA, where IDPA is like the antithesis of USPSA. And not totally, but it is different. Whereas PCSL is just USPSA with the allowance of 2-gun, basically. So I think PCSL will just take up most of the market left behind. And then like 4 boomers are going to be very upset that open major is not a thing anymore. Right. That's really what's going to happen. C'est la vie. All right. Well, so if any of you guys were looking at getting into USPSA, you missed the boat, probably for the better. We'll see in the next few weeks what actually happens with the organization, if it actually does totally dissolve, if somebody buys it, or whatever else it might be. So maybe one of you guys can go out there and buy it, make it better. Although making it better would not be hard, to be honest. So I think you guys can handle it. All right.
Someone call Lucas.
Well,
make it happen.
That actually would be a great buy if you could swing it, but it's got to be worth a lot of money. Listen, if I could buy it, I would. Like, I think that's a great investment, because again, just print them.
Focus robot.
And all you have to do is talk to your time and make sure everybody's. Well, it's because I'm sharing my screen, isn't it? Is it still bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Shoot.
Here,
how about Richard? Can you share this video? I can put it in the private chat.
Yep, do that.
And I'll make you share all the videos.
I'll do that.
Okay, so go check that out. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into Palmetto State Armory making bombs with their AK-102 clones, which is nothing new. It's been talked about by a lot of people for a while now. For some reason, mismatching trunnions and bolts together on a platform that relies on headspace is not a great plan. Not a great plan. Although before we get to that, here, let's we're an hour in, so let's get to some of these super chats real fast. Which button is it? This one. Okay. Lightspore for 2 says, I can claim I'm a USPSA Grand Wizard if it's gone. That's true. Yeah, who's gonna tell you that you're wrong? Once the website is down, bro, I'm gonna change all my my bios to like former USPSA Grand Wizard. Formerly. Thank you, Lightspore.
Cyclops.
The Wayback Machine still works, and they probably have those logs screenshotted. She'll fool some people.
Doomer John for 2 says, George Droid spotted. We're all USPSA Stolen Valor people here now. Yes, George Droid. Movie coming 2026, all right? Daddy, you changed the world. Daddy. My gosh. Doomer John for 10. 'Twas the night before Fentmas, and all through the hood, our hero George was up to no good. Hostage situations and 5x the fatal dosage of Fent. Oh my, but it was a fake $20 bill that did him in this nigh. Wow, nice. Let's go. That's probably one of the nicest poems written about George Floyd because I don't think there's very many of them.
Oh, I bet you.
Thank you, Doomer John.
You'd be
Appreciate that.
surprised.
Yeah, I'm gonna have ChatGPT write up a poem about George Floyd right now. Actually, that would be a funny
Do
comparison.
Grok.
Make all of the different AI models do a well, no, that's what I'm saying. Make all of the different models do a AI poem about George Floyd and see which ones are the spiciest. So Bardic Psycho Pretend says, John, what will you do without USPSA in your life? Will you cry? Yes. Weep? Yes. Sob even? I already said yes. I bet you probably would, you big crybaby. Crybaby John. That's just
Shut the
so
fuck
mean.
up, man.
Okay, question for you guys. Did that actually play?
It did play,
yeah.
and we could even hear you still talking, which is weird because usually when there's audio on them, it cuts off.
It's because it's delayed. It's delayed so bad for me that my audio is still coming through as it's playing. But yeah, because I couldn't hear it at all. I saw it flash on screen and then it disappeared. So I'm glad you guys could hear and see it. That's for the chat. Thank you, Sabardic.
Now,
it got
for
real
these,
bad, guys. It's
no.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I was just gonna say, for the super chats that are about George Floyd, do you have a way of verifying that those are paid with real money, or could that be counterfeit $20 super chats?
Well, actually, you know what would be funny is they need to do like Argentinian pesos or something like that. So
Yeah,
it's like
that's right.
0.17 cents per Monopoly money. Iron Knuckles for 2 says, Candace is right about everything. 12 lying liars. Well, Candace and Erica Kirk had a talking to, which we'll get into, much to Jake's chagrin. So I don't know. Was she lying? Was she telling the truth the whole time?
Did Erica slap her?
Jim Eagle, UC. Yeah, in a different way. Jim Eagle for 2 says, how do I contact you? Is Discord linked? Serious inquiry. Jim Eagle, you should have me on X. Just go message me on X, Jim. Appreciate it, sir. Bomani Igloo for 2 says, me mom was a lamp. Oh no. I hope your mom is illuminating me right now. How does that make you feel, Bomani? Even in death. The Lightspore for 2 says, Candace is Jake's favorite groid along with George. Listen, you cannot compare Candace Owens to George Floyd, all right? George Floyd is iconic. Changed the world, dude. Thank you, Lightspore. Bomani for 2 says, Carl Kassar fluffed his 100th bowl today. Please clap. I don't want to know what the term fluffed means. So
yeah,
I'm gonna move on from there.
The only way I know it is
just
because
gonna
of
move
Fluffer
on.
Boy, the lawyer from the Kyle Rittenhouse case. His email leaked and it was like Fluffer Boy 2004 or something.
So what does fluffing mean? Do I want to know?
I know what it means in the context that Richard's describing. I don't know what fluffing a bull means, but one can use your imagination.
Moving on. Iron Knuckles 5 says, how can I trust you with current events when I can't trust you with knowing how a clock works? That's a good point. That's a really good point, considering this super chat was sent 20 minutes after the stream was supposed to start, and we had not yet started. So that's a good point, Iron Knuckles, but I appreciate it. I'm going to buy Fent with that now. Warren, for $10, says, noticed in a recent clip on Carl, he had a vid with a Chiappa Rhino 40DS with an optics cut. Scrubbed through the vid, and surprise, surprise, the company who did the work is run by 3 Troons MC Weaponry. Now, I saw this super chat come in while I was going to say fluffing my internet connection. Is that the proper use of that in that context?
Yeah, that's the right
Does
use.
that work? Okay, all right. But I did come across these 3 individuals. Oh shoot. Nope, that's not it. Richard. No, or something. Anyways, the team behind MC Weaponry, they're I'm not sure what the chat thinks about them, but yeah, I don't. You might not be wrong about that, Warren. You might not be wrong about that. Thank you for the 10 and forcing me to look that up. Central Sands Defense for 2 says, just glad the PSI hit squad didn't get you. Well, I think we just showed them on screen, but they have definitely gotten my internet connection. That's for sure. Jeez. Thank you. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says, John Ho looks like the JD Vance meme. Actually, that's true. That's funny. Thank you, Tally. Tally Ho Retard says Richard looks they. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tally Ho Retard. Tally Ho Retard for another 2 says Trench looks trans. Okay. All right. Trench hate in the chat already. Hilter Lover 1488, member for 2 months, says it's my duty to ensure this movie can't breathe. It's a movie about your arch nemesis, Hilter. Unbelievable. Chat for 2 says pop up. Floyd, incredible gassy gas. Oh. Uh-oh. Am I back? Did I go away?
You tried
you're
to
back
open
now.
something and it died.
Yeah, if I share my screen, my internet connection goes out. That's how much. That's right.
Yep.
Well, once it dies, then I'll actually be screwed because I checked it earlier and my parents' Wi-Fi has like 0.1 megabit up for upload, so I will literally be done once my phone dies. So one way or the other, this is good. This is ending. TK's Tiny Fiend for 5 says, look for George Floyd court appearances. I'm sure he wore a suit to some of those. That's what I thought I would find, but I didn't find anything. Kind of rough. Thank you, TK. Tally Ho
You assume he
Retoids,
showed up to
retards
those.
again. Geez, George Floyd. George Floyd and Trench do butt stuff with 320. Tally Ho Retards for another 2 says Jamaica is where Trench takes Floyd for butt stuff. All right. Tally Ho Retards for another 2 says thick girls and ARs and corn dogs suck it, commie. Tally Ho Retards, I've never seen you before, but you're on a roll. You keep on going, bro. You're special, dude. And I say that as George Droid, okay? Chud for 2 says apparently we get 1 R mix pass. Don't waste it. Oh, are you talking about the redheaded what's news presenter? Redheaded news presenter, yes. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says, does the curtain match the drapes, homie? No. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says, people like John are your neighbors. Yeah, I'm everybody's neighbor, bro. You're gonna hear like yelling at 2 o'clock in the morning. TK's Tiny Peen for 5 says, I can't make it any bigger. The phrase most often repeated in Trench's bedroom.
Is Trench even here? Like, what? Why all the hate? Just catching
because he
strays.
exists.
He exists, therefore I hate the chatties. New Bachelor for 2 says, John, you disappeared. I'm scared. I'm back. I had to take yesterday off because I was flying. Okay, scary true story. I was flying on a 737 and I was like, all right, this is it. It's over for me. But both my pilots were white. So it's 50-50 shot of making it here or not. Thank you, Brew.
Man,
Although I was flying out of I was flying out of MSP though. So driving through what do they call it? Minnesota, Mogadishu of the North, something like that. Yeah, very, very interesting clientele in there. Bruce
Hey,
says,
at least you got pilots that
fingers.
focused on landing in flight school.
As opposed to what?
Well, Somalis and planes and certain religions, they don't really care to focus on landing.
Right. Actually, it's oh dear, that's funny. Brew for two says, I'll bet he lost those fingers to TATP, which is, I believe, a form of explosive. I'll take your word for it.
TATP is the one that's generated in it's freezer distillation is what I believe the proper term for it is, but I could be incorrect.
Shoot. Todd Dogs for two says Matthew 17:21 is about to become very relevant. I have to look that up. Matthew 17:21. That is. Come on, let's just pull up. Google, why have you gotten worse?
Pull up, bro.
Oh my gosh. Maybe it's my internet connection.
Maybe.
All right, Matthew 17:21. Is this about fasting? Let's see. So now, while they were listening, no, sorry, wrong one. However, this kind does not go out except by prayer and fasting. Okay, so talking about removing demons from people. It's about to become very relevant. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
I
I'm
feel
not
like
sure
this is
because I
that
remember
episode where we.
that came up when we were talking about the explosions. We were talking about the guy who tried to set his house on fire and then shot first responders, I think. Or I think it was even earlier than that.
Okay.
Maybe there's some relation.
Because if you're talking about the Idaho situation where he set a fire to murder first responders, like, I get that. Because I think that there is absolutely demon possession or influence on a lot of these actions from certain people. Like, I mean, even look at
Minnesota.
Tyler Robinson, who we're going to talk about a little later, right? The drawings he had, the weird things that he was doing with drugs. If you look into the messages between him and his boyfriend, just disgusting stuff. So I if that's what that's in reference to, okay, I understand that. Thank you, John Dogs. JL Gonis for 5 says Amazon will mail you all the quote unquote stump remover you could ever want. I mean, there are certain, compounds that are readily accessible to make certain devices to eliminate certain federal buildings, but not that I would recommend doing that.
You could also just buy a chemistry textbook.
Yeah. But it's not as edgy. All right, you got to say something edgy like Anarchist Cookbook or something. Now, I saw this. People were saying this in chat. I didn't see this. Did Trump actually?
Yes, he did. I've got it pulled up here. I was gonna switch to that after we did the PSA. Okay.
Well, we have the chat right here, so go ahead and pull it up. What did he do?
I heard that he kind of downgraded it.
Yeah, he moved it.
Oh, is it no longer a Schedule 1?
No, it is not. It is now Schedule 3. Yes. Let's see. Share.
How do you guys feel about the weed? The Haitian oregano.
I don't care.
Peruvian oregano. That's good. As somebody who has never done, I haven't even had alcohol, let alone weed. I feel like weed is bad for people. It lowers inhibitions. If you take it over a long enough period of time, it can ruin your sleep schedule, which is funny because people take it to fall asleep. And then after a while, it fries their receptors to where they can't fall asleep without it. So, I mean, I think it only does bad things if you take it. I don't think there's any positive benefits outside of psychological benefits. So some people take it for pain, some people take it for PTSD, and they say, oh, well, it's worked wonders for me in that context. If that's you, if that's true for you, then that's all well and good. That's cool. For the average person, though, no. Not even once. No purpose whatsoever. It's a waste of time. It's a degenerate lifestyle. Congratulations. You look like
it makes you dumb.
You smell like Portland, which is a disgusting mess.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. The smell is what bothers me the most. I mean, I don't use it, so I don't really care. I mean, potheads are kind of annoying, but the smell is just obnoxious. So if we could just get rid of it purely to get rid of the smell, that'd be nice.
Well, I do think that a couple of veterans who use it medicinally, and they used the sublingual drops, which I guess are a thing. It's just it looks like a little fucking tincture vial, and they put a couple of drops under their tongue, and they said that it really helped them with PTSD, and they were able to get off of some of their pain medications by using it. So anything that's used to get people off of more harmful, stronger drugs, I'm all for it.
This I agree with. I feel
Well,
like
it's like
the lack of investigation into medical uses, like proper, true clinical studies into how to use it well, as opposed to like opioids and some of these, far far worse drugs. I feel like that is just a total oversight, and I do not understand why it's not being investigated more in that respect.
Because the
I think
Sackler family didn't have financial interest in the
Well, so that's actually a good counterpoint for weed, is that it is a counterbalance to the pharmaceutical industry when it comes to like fentanyl or other really, really hard, horrible drugs, opioids. Damn, if I could talk. And
Man.
other alternatives for like pain medication or something like that. Whereas weed, I would still classify as destructive for the average person and bad for you. Like in a scale of bad, though, it's way, 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 way less bad than some of these other things. And it's also, it can be, especially without a lot of federal regulation, very cheap. So pharmaceutical industry not too happy about that one.
Yeah. No, I think there are like actual legit applications, but in terms of just like socially and recreationally, yeah, I think it should not be encouraged. It's very gay, very lib coded. Alcohol is a fantastic social lubricant. Tobacco supposedly sharpens your thinking and it's more contemplative. I've never really felt an effect from tobacco, but I only smoke cigars, and it's not quite as much of a dose of nicotine. But even still, nicotine is much more based, and yeah, weed is lame.
You heard it here, guys. Don't be gay.
Don't be gay.
Don't smoke weed. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Actually, I didn't even read the chat. Trump ruined weed by removing the last vestiges of its illegality. Very gay. I guess I'm officially moving on to fent, pit bulls, and daycares. A slur. All right. Yeah, I mean, if you only do it because it's cool and edgy, well, congratulations, Grandpa. It's no longer edgy to smoke weed. Maybe when you were like in the 60s or 70s at Woodstock, it was like really edgy to smoke weed. But now it's very normie coded. Now I think you're more of a normie if you smoke weed. Vandalay for 2 says, John, try using the CD-ROM to upgrade to AOL 9.0. I remember dial-up internet, dude. Oh boy. I remember waiting for asking my dad to look something up because I didn't have access to a computer, and then being like waiting for the dial-up to actually hook up so that we could access the internet. Very funny. Thank you, Vandalay. Appreciate that, sir. Right Boy for 2 says, oh no, I'm later and gayer than the Justice Department. True. It's hard. Honestly, Right Boy, it's hard not to be. Moonman for 10 says, Richard, that festive thing I made you. Also, someone mail me a boomer to fix the Christmas tree train at work. Oh no, Moonman, it should be your job. You gotta get that on lock, bro. And you're the train man. You're the autismo man. You gotta get that fixed. All right, 2 more for now, and then we'll move back to the actual story here because it's taking us forever. Bad Luck Brand for 5 says, 1 year into USPSA, and they take it away from me. I knew there were issues and drama, but I was really enjoying it and have a significant dollars in gear. Well, you are appropriately named Bad Luck Brand because, yeah, that is very bad timing on your part, bro. However, don't worry, never fear. That gear will most likely still be able to be used in another discipline, hopefully. So keep it around, practice with it, train with it, and you'll still get all the benefits, hopefully. John not saying sieste la vie challenge. Impossible.
Wait, why did you just pronounce
funny?
it? Wait. I just think it's funny that you just pronounced that as sieste la vie.
Yeah.
As opposed to what you've been saying the whole time.
Oh, say la vie.
Yeah. Do you not know how it's spelled, John?
Say la vie. No, never did. Not till now. I just know what it's saying. That's all. Oh well. I say oh well and say la vie.
Do you know what it means, John?
No idea. I say oh well or say la vie. It's the same thing
such
to
is
me.
life.
Yeah, such is life. Yeah, see, it's the same thing. Oh well, such is life. Same thing. Say la vie. Now I'm gonna say that instinctually like 15 times. Moonman. for 5 says, I don't see the appeal of target shooting while some dickhead beeps a little thing at me, slowly driving me to listen to the intrusive thoughts.
Well, hold on, Moon Man. What if the shot
We're
timer?
talking about USPSA. I was like, oh, that's dark. That's dark, bro. Jeez.
What if the shot timer sounded like this?
Be more inclusive.
Well, yeah, you hear the beep and you shoot at the brown targets, okay? What could be more diverse than that? Don't shoot the white ones, shoot the brown ones. Over on Ko-Fi, Lightspore says, y'all see Trump apparently announced a Hunger Games style competition for all the states based. Dude, how funny would that be? They all have to compete with 2 contestants to see who gets the federal aid. Like, how funny would that be?
2
Thank you,
contestants.
Lightspore.
I think they're called senators, sir.
Actually funny. Jonathan Campbell, for the crime of being late and gay AF and having crappy internet, I sentence you to one hell of an ass whooping delivered by me, you dirty son of a bitch. Wow. Sabardic Psycho. I don't approve of your sentence. I want to appeal it. I do not submit to this court decision. Angel Studios
I think
is
that's what
infiltrated by the
fluffing
small
is.
hats.
I believe so, but that's a story for another day.
So Anonymous over on Ko-Fi says Angel Studios infiltrated by small hats ? Distributing a family-friendly animated Animal Farm movie starring Seth Rogen, directed by Andy Serkis. Okay, James, have you seen the trailer for Animal Farm, a modern rendition of Animal Farm?
No, I like Andy Serkis, but I don't much like Seth Rogen, so no, I have not.
No, it is as bad as you're probably thinking it is. So it is a comedy, jokey Seth Rogen lead where the commies are the good guys and it's like an anti-capitalist message instead. Like there's a techno leader that they're going up against, like I guess an Elon Musk stand-in is the villain. So, and it's really silly animated, like a Pixar movie animation, and it's just really silly and slapstick and kind of not
Weird.
Animal Farm.
And so edgy. The bad guys are actually the good guys.
Are you guys aware of the origin story for the first Animal Farm film that was created by was supposedly a British film studio, but ended up actually just being financially backed by the CIA and another couple of directors who were also of the small hat variety.
I did not know that. No,
yeah,
sir.
It's an interesting story. Interesting little rabbit hole.
Have you guys read Animal Farm?
Yes. No, I just know the premise of it.
It's a good one.
The movie that they did is different than the book, and that was intentional on behalf of the external forces, we should say.
1984 is probably a better novel, although it's longer. It's not a great novel, but it's good. The best part of 1984 is actually the postscript at the very end. There's a 30-page treatise on language and how language can be used to manipulate people, and that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that little excerpt there at the end,
where explains the book.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that was also the how-to manual for what they're going through now.
That's the thing. Yeah. No, but I like Andy Serkis. Andy Serkis is the actor for Gollum, and I think he's a Christian. He does a bunch of great stuff. Great voice actor.
He does a reading of Lord of the Rings. You have an Andy Serkis complete reading by Andy Serkis.
Really? Okay, I haven't actually done that one. I grew up with a different reading, but that would be good. I mean, he does a reading of the Screw Tape Letters, which is excellent.
Wait, does he do it in the voice of Gollum?
In Lord of the Rings? That'd be funny.
That would actually be bad. Oh my gosh. He keeps adding in his little one-liners against the hobbits. The fat Samwise Gamgee.
In a hole in the ground,
Paul
precious, there lived a
Lee.
hobbit, precious.
Yeah, dude, every other word. Bojangles and Paul and Lee re-upped their Ko-Fi caffeine creep membership. Appreciate that. Okay, sorry to get to that. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Richard, why don't you go ahead and press play? And if I frantically, actually, I'll switch it. 1 second.
Wait. I just got the name
Kofi. Otherwise,
Ko-Fi.
YouTube overloads.
So is Kofi supposed to be
it Ko-Fi.
Is it like a pun because you're buying someone a cup of coffee? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I just got
Correct.
that.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm slow.
Yeah. No, you're good. I just call it Ko-Fi. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to pronounce it coffee, but I just call it Ko-Fi.
They really missed the opportunity not calling it Kofefe.
That's all right, Richard, go ahead.
Pardon my sinus issues. I'm coming down off of a really bad cold, and I can't shake the cough. So welcome back to Clash Man NC. Today, we're going to talk about something that happened to a good buddy of mine, and it involves everyone's favorite big company that they love to bogart and preach about, and oh, they're such a big advocate for the 2A and all this other stuff. We're going to talk about Palmetto State Armory. Now, in particular, we're going to discuss Palmetto State Armory small caliber AKs, because this still isn't being addressed, at least here currently in December of 2025. They're still building these guns this way.
So small caliber, small frame, whatever they want to call it. So 5.56 and 5.45 AKs. I think they're gay. I think they're all gay. If you have an AK, it has to be chambered in 7.62 by 39, or 5.45 would be allowable, but not in 2025. If you buy a new production AK made in 5.56, like why? Why would you even do that?
You just love the manual of arms.
Yeah,
you love heavy
congratulations. you made yourself a much worse platform than your standard AR in 5.56. Now, if it's for 7.62 by 39, like that's cool. That's what it's made for, because X39 sucks in an AR.
That's a fun round.
It does.
I love 39.
Yeah, and I mean,
am I the only one that
wishes
that they would come out with AKs standardized in 6.5 Grendel?
That'd be kind of cool.
There's like 4 of you that exist, but if we could actually get the Russian imported ammo, because that's the thing too, okay?
Yeah.
I get why the guys argue for 5.56 AKs is because the ammo is cheaper than 7.62 by 39, right? So they don't care. Well, it still is. It still is cheaper. 5.56 is cheaper. So if you're buying, like today, if you buy a 5.56 AK, it's still cheaper than X39, because, we don't get the Russian imports anymore. But so you're buying a platform that is usually more expensive, it's way heavier, and it's chambered in a round that ARs do perfectly. Like they're set up for it, they're designed for it, they do wonderful things with it, and you don't need a 10-pound rifle to do that. So people buying 5.56 AKs because they look cool or because they're vibey, it's fine. It's just not what it was designed for. Now, specifically with Palmetto State Armory, M26 Lemon Grenade has done a lot of really good videos on this, but nobody, like not even one person, makes a good 5.56 AK in the US, as far as I'm aware. They all use mismatched trunnions and bolts. So PSA specifically uses the standard AKM styled trunnion with a 74 styled bolt, and AKs live or die off of headspace. So when a 5.56 AK loses headspace, it has a possibility of blowing up, which is what happened to this AK that we're about to talk about. And it doesn't matter how long you have it or how much improvements they've made to it. They just don't hold headspace. So for instance, M26 has had a couple go out like right away. Grantham's original 5.56 AK, when PSA launched them, famously did not make it the 5,000 rounds, and they had to send him a new one. And he did a follow-up video like a year later on it, and then said they were good to go, even though they still have headspacing and bolt issues and all the other fun stuff because nobody manufactures them properly. Apparently, allegedly, I don't know all the ins and outs. I just know that apparently no American manufacturer can make a good AK in 5.56. 5.45 isn't a real option because, again, it doesn't really exist in the US anymore. Back when it was like 10 cents a round
said that they would make it.
Yeah, PSA lied to you. Hornady does make a 5.45 and they charge $1 a round for it. So if that's what you're buying, a You buy the cheapest AK you can, which is a PSA. Most of the time it's PSA. Actually, that's not even true anymore. You know what? Standard Wassers are now cheaper than your standard PSA rifle, which I find funny.
The Pioneer
Yeah, and then
was
you're like,
cheaper,
okay,
too.
Yeah, it's like, okay, and now I'm gonna spend $1 a round on 5.45, which is like a worse 5.56. It's terrible. It's terrible.
It is, but because it had
All right,
the
go ahead and play.
lure of a poison bullet, everybody likes it.
Way, and they're still fucking blowing up, which you'll see right here. Now, that rifle you
All right,
just
pause.
saw belongs to.
And let me blow it up real fast. Boom. All right, so it's hard to see right there, but that is a case that has blown out the back, which is super fun. It's what's the right word for this? Unsupported chamber due to bolt what's the right? I just said headspace. Headspace shit's used, all right? Okay. Not even once. He's going to show other pictures of it blowing out the top cover and the magazine and all the other fun stuff. But when you lose headspace, there's just there's a higher possibility of getting those blowing out and sending metal shrapnel into your face and your hands and your legs and all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, don't do that. All right, you can go and play.
A good friend of mine, Calvin. I shoot 2 gun matches with him, and he lives close. He's becoming a really good friend of mine. This is his PSA AK-102. This gun detonated about 2 weeks ago, blew up and injured his hand, which you can see right here.
Yeah,
when we're dealing with firearms that blow up, AKs specifically, it's a lot of stamped sheet metal next to your face. Not great. Not a great design. ARs are kind of interesting. Like if you ever see an AR blow up because of 300 blackout getting shoved in there, like the upper receiver launch it becomes a projectile. Like everything goes away from the shooter's face, at least as long as you're right-handed. If you're left-handed, then yeah, that's bad. But if you're right-handed, the way that the receiver is designed is that is the weakest part of the upper receiver, and so it will actually blow away from you, away from the shooter, which is very nice. AK.
If you're left-handed, you get what's coming to you.
Yeah, it's just a Darwin Award right there, bro. You shouldn't have bet. You didn't have to be born that way, bro.
You're not supposed to exist.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be
Sorry,
here.
Brock.
Go ahead and press play. Right.
As well as his knee and a part of his leg is pretty bruised up from where the fucking gun grenaded. Why do I bring this up? Because it never, ever fails. I still see people on forums and online telling people that PSA small caliber AKs are fixed and they're good to go. They're not fixed and they're not good to go. I don't know how many times this has to be driven home. PSA does not build these guns correctly. They use an AKM front trunnion with a 74 spec bolt. It's disastrous. I looked to see if I had a picture of my old PSAK 101, and I don't anymore, unfortunately. So you'll just have to take my word for it. But when I would put a round on the bolt with no carrier, no top cover, none of that, and rotate it into the lugs, I would have that much unsupported case. That's fucking ridiculous. That's unsad. They do this because they can't be bothered to build a proper front trunnion for their small caliber AKs. If we just headspace it right, we can use a big boy trunnion and our 74 spec bolt. And that's not the way this works. This is going to be a short one today. I just wanted to discuss this and show you guys some photos because you're really not safe shooting these guns. My buddy he's hurt from this. And this is this gun's 3rd time back from RMA. It's fixing to go back for its 4th. It ruined a military equipment Ukraine dust cover.
Wow.
It destroyed a 45
here you can see the
round.
aftermath of it. So go ahead and press pause. So that's where you can see it. So all that pressure has got to go somewhere, right? And usually you have a very thin metal stamped dust cover attached to your face right next to the chamber, which is not great. So if you're going to have an unsupported case blow up due to bad head spacing, not great. Not a great time. Keep in mind that, you're spending what are the AK-102s going for PSA, like $1,000 or something? And if you
I
have
think
like
they're
the
around
really expensive forends and the other
1,200,
stuff, it's
1,400 bucks.
you're buying an expensive rifle, like a relatively expensive rifle in the grand scheme of things, and they're just not properly made. And PSA has even said that they are no longer updating or innovating on their AK lines. So where it is now is as good as it's going to be, and that's just not all that great. Looking at it now, okay, well, it's out of stock, but let me see. Trying to find the actual price on it. Oh my gosh, pop-ups go away. Why are there so many pop-ups on your website, PSA? But yeah, you're buying an expensive subpar rifle that has a tendency to lose headspace, and then when you lose headspace, they blow up. Yeah, they're about $1,000. So one without a stock is $1,000. With a stock and with the other accoutrements, they go up to 1,200. Yeah, so not these are not inexpensive rifles, and the fact that their core components are not very good is bad. And as Chud says there, yeah, you a lot of these guys they shoot 200 rounds a year, 400 rounds a year, 500 rounds a year, and then they're like, "Oh, well, my AK is just fine. Never had a problem with it. Never lost headspace." It's not really relevant in the grand scheme of things. There are not a lot of high round count AK shooters. There just aren't. There's a few of them around, but if you go to like most two gun matches, it's dominated by ARs. There are not a lot of truly high round count AK shooters, and if they are, they're probably not shooting PSAs. You might see a lot of AKs at something like Kalash Bash, of course, but even that, there's like 2 AK events a year that people actually go to. And are they going to all their local matches using PSA AKs, especially their small frame or their small caliber versions? Probably not. It's just there are quote unquote good AKs, and I kind of shudder at the thought of a good AK. But there are AKs that are made to proper specs and that aren't going to instantly lose headspace and then blow up on you, basically. They're very expensive. They're very heavy. And if you go out there to compete with one or to actually shoot with one, it's pretty lame. Now, a lot of you guys, if you like it because the AK-102 looks cool, which is it's just a shortened 5.56 AK. So if you think the AK-102 looks cool, that's fine. Like you can spend $1,000 on a cool looking rifle. We all do that. Like I bought 4 ACRs, so I can't really talk about buying bad rifles just because they look cool. Okay, but if you have to defend your purchase, that's where things get wonky. It's just not a great system, and the core parts are not good.
Well, and the frustrating thing is it's harder to repair as well. Like gunsmiths don't really know what they're doing when it comes to AKs, and it's not a known quantity. Like I have an AK that I tried to kind of modernize and sort of bubbaed some parts of it. It was like a Hungarian FEG. And like it's kind of cool, but it doesn't work very great. It gets hung up in certain places, and I'm sure it could be fixed pretty easily. But I don't really know who to send it to, who to get to work on it to make sure that it's reliable. So it's one of those things that I'll probably come back to at some point in the future, but I kind of lost interest in it. I only had it because I liked the look and I thought it was kind of a fun project. So if that's what you're doing, great. But that's pretty much all you're doing. Just be realistic.
Well, that's the funny thing about ARs versus AKs is like you can swap a barrel on an AK with almost no tool, or sorry, on an AR with almost no tools whatsoever. But adjusting headspace on an AK is like, all right, I'm gonna take these rivets out. I'm gonna oversize the holes, and you're doing all of this work to just you know fix headspace, which is just never an issue on an AR, or usually not an issue on an AR. It's very, very, very rare. So they're not meant to be user serviceable. They require like $1,000 in tools to actually change stuff out on. It's a very, very different platform. AK headspace, not that hard. Tell that to PSA, bro. Tell that to PSA. I'm sure there's yeah, it's like, listen, I've been making AKs since I was 12 years old, all right? It's not that difficult. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'll believe you, right? I'll take you at your word. Now imagine the
AMR.
guy getting paid 15 Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, AMR, where have you been in our Redoubt streams? We miss you over there. I haven't seen him in a while.
Well,
So
it's funny. He says that, yeah, stop being poor and buy some tools. Yeah, he means that literally because you need $1,000 worth of tools to work on your $499 AK.
how many years has PSA been making AKs now? Like 5, 6? 5 years probably.
No, it's
just
longer than
now.
that. Longer than
Well,
that,
I
like
mean,
a decade at this point.
yeah, the first ones were all going back, weren't they? And but point being, they're just now finally starting to offer AKs with dimpled rivets.
Well, they're swell neck rivets, because they changed to that. Yeah, and that's another thing that their construction has been terrible for a long time, even on their 7.60 by 39 AKs. That's the funny part. But also, yeah, so as a gunsmith, like as a true gunsmith, like a Fuller or some of these other guys, of course they can make an AK that works, right? But the $15 an hour gunsmith, quote unquote, SDI sponsor at PSA is not assembling AKs to the same level as like true professionals. All right. Whereas AR is like, as long as you have a room temp IQ, I'm pretty sure you can put together an AR. Like it might be a little frustrating for you at times, you know, got little divots and pins and stuff you got to get in the right place. But you know, even with a room temp IQ, I think you can get it done. Let it play.
Bulgarian magazine, and he's very lucky that he got to keep all of his appendages because he could have very easily lost fingers, and it's unsaid. PSA says that they've addressed this with their Saber 7.62 AKs that they've released. You know, they're dimpling receivers and using swell necks.
Pause it there. So I like how that's funny. I forgot to mention this. They came out with a new upgraded line of AKs to charge more money on to do the basic things that should have been done all along. That I find that very funny as well.
That's great.
I don't know if I should be sad or mad at that, but yeah, they're like, oh, we'll make a real AK or at least make it properly, and we'll just charge a lot more money for it. Like that's genius. Like why wouldn't I just get a Wasser at this point? All right, go ahead and play it.
And I'm sure that those will be decent enough for what they are. I'm not here to bash their large caliber stuff because for the most part, what I've seen on that is that it's working. Their small caliber stuff is a completely different animal altogether. Do not fucking buy a PSA AK-74 or one of their 5.56 offerings because you're rolling the dice. You know, they build these guns for people that are going to shoot once or twice a year, and that's going to be the extent of it. If you're out here running matches and putting real round counts on your guns, you don't want one of those because it's going to fucking blow up and it's going to fucking hurt you. And, you know, PSA will silence people that bring this up. Brad M26 Lemon Grenade's a good one. He's banned by IP address from purchasing things from Palmetto State Armory on their website. Why did they do that to him? Because he brought light to what they were doing, and they didn't like it.
You too, right, John?
PSA also. Yeah, I'm also not allowed. I mean, I know that I pissed them off, and it's funny, but no, they now they won't let me buy anything. But before that, they let me buy stuff and then just held the money and didn't send me the product for months. So yeah, I would rather just be banned up now. Like now that they fixed the issue by just not letting me buy anything at all, but the holding my money part was really annoying, and not responding to emails, and then me having to go to my credit card company to get the money back. That was quite fun.
No,
That was an
correct me if
interesting
I'm wrong.
time.
It was several $100s worth of stuff.
Oh, it was just under $300, which I mean, literally, listen, like I could have spent a lot more, and they had held that. So I'm actually lucky that it was only like $250, $300, somewhere in that range that they held. Still, like, yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Imagine if I bought one of their AKs, they could have held $1,000 from me. Jeez.
Yeah, I feel like not being willing to send products to reviewers when they're paying for it with their own money, that should disqualify you from being a business that anyone trusts. Like that's just insane.
It's well, yeah, as Sabardic Psycho says, sounds like a really pro to a company that cares about its customers. I mean, it is stealing. Like that is what it is. It is they stole money from me. They did not uphold their end of the bargain. It's like, hey James, I'm gonna give you $300 for that cigar, and I hand him $300, and he just keeps smoking, and I'm like, wait a second, that's not all right, Mr. Rushings. That's good. Petty State Armory, yeah. Yeah, Petty State Armory. That's more like it. All right. How much longer do we have in this video, Richard?
Looks like just a few more minutes.
I think he has some good pictures
yes.
coming up, so let it roll.
I like it. I don't like that. I don't like companies that are bullies. You know, it's a damn shame that somebody that could, and I will say that, they could make great rifles. They're more than capable of it. They have the facilities, they have the technology, they have the know-how, but they fucking refuse. I would much rather PSA charge $1,300 and build a proper spec small caliber AK. But they won't do it.
Go press pause. So they are going to do it. They're just going to call it their Saber line of AK-102s, and then they will charge
And
you.
it'll be
They'll charge you another
$16.
$300.
Yeah.
It'll be $200 more, or $300 more than the standard AK-102. Like, all right, fine, dude. At that price, we're getting so expensive with our AKs. We're like an Arsenal is like what, 2K? Like the real Russian AKs are what, 2.5, 3K, somewhere in there. What's a Sam 5 going for these days? And PSA is just slowly working up to Arsenal prices to, unobtainium rifle cost at this point. Like even a Rifle Dynamics, isn't a Rifle Dynamics like 2,000?
Okay,
2,500. Another banger Supreme Leader. Yeah, Arsenal. Sorry, Arsenal, Bulgaria. What's the difference? Dude? My Sam 7 was 2K. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like a high quality AK, like the people that everybody swears by. They're like 2K. So Rifle Dynamics is 24. So they're inching closer every day. All right, let it play.
Why? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. You know, I wanted to get this in while it was fresh on my mind because Calvin recently gave me permission to share the photos, and we'll roll them up here again so that you can see. This is fucking unsad. He could have really been injured, and he's lucky he got off with what you're seeing right now. We'll see. I'll do a follow-up video when he gets the rifle back. It's 4th time from RMA. And if they fixed anything and what they deemed it. He was using AAC 5.56 ammo. I believe it was 55 grain. And I'm betting if it wasn't AAC, they'd probably be blaming the ammo, saying, oh, well, you had a squib load or something because it's SMB or it's Lake City or, it's bad ammo. Yeah, well, you're not going to fucking bad ammo your.
That is actually funny that it is also AAC ammo. So if you're gonna say, "Oh, it's bad ammo," it wasn't Headspace. Well, yeah, you might be right. Like, honestly, either way, I think lose for you. I'll believe you either way. Blame the gun, blame the ammo. You're both correct. Yeah, that's quite funny. All right, go ahead and take that down, Richard. Actually, I can do it for you, can I? I can do it here. All right, perfect. All right. Well, we have to update a couple stories real fast because some additional information came out over the last few days. So we covered this, what was it, Monday? So 3 days ago now. This is, wrong one. This is TILF, which is trannies I'd like to forget about or something. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, but they had a 5th member that got arrested down in Louisiana, I want to say. So this was the one that was caught out in the desert, out in the California desert, planning on doing mass terrorist attacks on New Year's Eve. And they were going to sync up all their bombs to go off at 12 o'clock or 12:01, 2026, basically. And there were 4 of them that were caught and 1 more that just got arrested down in Louisiana. So Andy Nyo says, I can exclusively report that the 5th unnamed arrest suspect in the Turtle Island Liberation Front New Year's Eve mass bombing terror plot is a Trantifa militant, which I find that very funny. Trantifa militant Micah James Legnon. Legnon, huh? Center photo in blue. Legnon is on a federal hold in Lafayette, Louisiana. He is a trans activist and identifies as a female. His social media is filled with posts calling for the murder of people he labels as fascist. Authorities say the Turtle Island Liberation Front, or TILF for short, a far-left communist decolonization terror group, catchy, planned to blow up ICE agents and locations with homemade bombs. Audrey Eileen Carroll, 30, Zachary Aaron Page, trans. Yeah, I couldn't tell which one was which, honestly, so thank you for telling me that. Tina Lee, 41, and Deontay Gaffield, 24, are the other comrades arrested in Los Angeles after they were caught allegedly traveling to the desert to test their explosives. Legnon, the man in the middle, is an ex-Marine and former cop. Ouch. So, yeah, that's a female right there in the middle. That's pretty passing, right? That's passing
Hey,
for
that's the
female.
best female officer I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, so Marine and former cop. Marine's not looking good these days. Yikes. Really lowering their standards all the way around. But
What are they
yeah,
putting in them
I think
crayons?
that if I remember correctly, this is actually eerily familiar to the other incident where they attacked an ICE facility and killed a member of ICE. If you guys remember that from a few months ago in Alvarado, Texas, I want to say, where the ringleader was also a former Marine, I want to say, but the ringleader or the leader of these little microcells tends to have some sort of former military experience, and then everybody else is just like a retard underling. But this pattern does seem to play out where you have one person with some military experience leading the group, and then everybody else is following them basically. And yeah, if you didn't tell me which one was trans and which one wasn't, like this is basically a coin flip.
I'm kind of disappointed that Andy used the images that have the in custody written across their eyes, because the second one from the left.
That's the one that got. Actually, it's funny because it looks like he has googly eyes with that. But that's the one that they released. So I think he's just using the publicly available footage or image.
Well, no, there was another one that was floating around that didn't have the eyes covered with the in custody, and that person, their eyes are, looks like their eyeballs are on meth. It was amazing.
Well, we talked about the demon possession earlier, and yeah, there's a possibility for some of these individuals, some candidates here for sure. The only one that I'm pretty sure is male is the guy on the far right. All right. That one there, I'm pretty sure of that person's gender.
Like
Everybody else is a coin flip. TRT can do some crazy things, but that's a very full beard there. Yeah, tragic. Well, anyways, another one gets arrested. Speaking of another terror attack, which just happens to be happening around the same time, actually. So this is also in Australia. So this one allegedly shows 5 more, because we, of course, had over the weekend the Hanukkah attack on Bondi Beach, which killed 15 people celebrating Hanukkah. And that was led by a father-son duo. But here we have, I believe at the same time, we have 5 more. We have 5 more of these people getting arrested. And let me know if this is also playing at 1 FPS, and I can just send you the link, Richard. But we allegedly have, again, a group of them. 5 more being arrested on their way to perform a similar terror attack, I suppose. So in there you can kind of just see the aftermath. Let me pull this down really fast. So you can see the 5 of them are lined up. Police using what looks like a pump action shotgun. The best weapon he had on him, probably. You can see all 5 of them laying down on the ground after getting pushed over by the Australian authorities. I'm not sure if that's one of their special branches or whatnot. There were some better pictures here. Okay, so breaking. Police rammed vehicles near Bondi Beach. 6 men detained. Australian police have rammed and stopped 2 vehicles near Bondi Beach, detaining 6 men during a major security operation. Police are not releasing details at this stage, but the operation followed intelligence from Australia's security services and appears to be counter-terror related. 6 men detained in Sydney Vehicles intercepted near Bondi Beach, so the place of the same attack. Operation triggered by security intelligence authorities investigating whether a violent act was being planned. If confirmed, this could mean another alleged Islamist terror plot was disrupted before lives were lost. The investigation is ongoing and further details are expected. So basically the same video here. You can see the police with all of the men detained. Now, I'm not sure what led them, what was the tip-off to get them to ram this vehicle, but it seems like they were already set up to get these guys. Now, one of the news outlets, I think it might have been Pamphlets again, reported this as possible right-wing terrorists detained by police.
6 white men,
And
6 Sydney men.
yeah, six Sydney men arrested by police on their way to commit another heckin' terrorism event. These crazy right-wing nationalist terrorists sure are doing bad things out there. You know, these white nationalists are more brown than I remember.
Were they driving a
Considerably
Land
more brown
Cruiser?
than I remember. No, I think they were driving. What were they driving? Some it was that white car, I think, right?
Did you cover that study, John?
Like some
where they analyzed the mugshot photos and tried to compare them to the stats of racial violence. It was like violent offenders. They were just showing that. Let's see. It was comparison of the stats in, I don't remember which city it was, but it was the official crime stats in terms of the racial demographics, and then the mug shots, and then they compared the two, and the number of white people was significantly overestimated based on the official stats when you compared to the mug shots. They were clearly assessing huge numbers of brown people as white.
Seen a lot of these. Well, so that's the thing. If you're like Persian or like I don't know, like a half or something, they're going to count you as white because it makes the numbers look better.
Yeah. We all knew this was happening,
seen that
but it was just
study. But I would like to look into that.
There were some specific studies. I mean, like we all anecdotally know that this is happening, but it is interesting. There have been a couple studies that have come out where they analyzed the mug shots, which were publicly available, and then compared them to the official crime stats, and it was clear, incontrovertibly, that they were overestimating.
On several federal government forms, though, if you look under race and ethnicity, they have it listed as white Hispanic and white non-Hispanic. So even Hispanic men are listed as white males.
Of course.
So, they catch you coming and going on that one.
Yeah, I always found that box funny when on any government form. It was like you check white and then check non-Hispanic. It's like I didn't realize Hispanic people were white, but okay.
Yes, they're categorized.
It's only when it's
when they are
this
the
is
perpetrator.
A funny one. Yeah, this is a funny one. So check out this white sex offender, Dwayne Dashiell, race white. Really, Dwayne? Really? It's funny.
I mean,
the hair color, though.
You spend enough time in the sun.
I don't know, man. This must be one of those really, really tanned whites.
That's right. Maybe he's
but
Italian.
It's funny that his hair is the same color as his skin, right? So it's like hair color, black. So they appropriately identified that. Now, if they had said white hair or gray hair, I'd be like, all right, they're just colorblind, okay? They put the colorblind people in there, and everything is gray, okay? So maybe that's what it is. But no, they were able to properly identify the hair, but not the rest of him. Just a little oofy. My what do we call each other? Do we have names? Do we call each other crackers? No, we don't do that, do we?
Are they talking about the race of his victim?
Or what's the those crime stats are not any better, but the interracial crime is you should look that up sometime. Not great. Usually only goes one way, just like Richard after thick Latinas. Sorry.
I found the unedited.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong tab.
You're good.
The unedited what?
The unedited photo of the TILF gang
Let me
members.
pull mine off. Let me pull them up. Sorry.
Check out
Oh,
those.
good grief. You know, I would
Bro.
almost be convinced that they're actually women just based on the crazy eyes. You know, because men don't have crazy eyes in the same way. At least I would have thought. But maybe that's one of those things that is actually like there's some legitimacy to the trans movement where maybe the crazy eyes can cross genders or something. I don't know. Start pretending to be a woman and you get crazy eyes.
Okay, the three on the left, it's still a coin flip for me. Like I don't know, maybe
the heavy set one. She is
the heavies.
I'm pretty sure she is natural chunky girl, but the other one is most certainly methed out Troon, and then the other one looks like
Yeah, but if you take away the hair, that just looks like Bob at your local deli. If you take away the hair, it looks like Bob at your local deli. You never know. Just baby face Bob, bro.
If you take away the hair and you were to add some facial hair, it almost looks like Hawkeye.
Whoa. All right, that's a take. Hawkeye, are you here to...
The Adam's apple
Hawkeye
on the
has
left
a
is
Garthen
pretty
stare.
striking.
That's just meth. That's his crack pipe lodged in his throat. Dude, if I see that man at night, like I don't care, he's dying. Like, sorry, bro, it's over for you.
But yeah, that's why I couldn't believe that Andy used the photo that had the eyes covered. It's like that's the most striking part.
Yeah,
of,
that's the best
of
one for
the
sure.
lineup.
Dude, that's a good one. Calorically surplused. All right. Well, we gotta get to her because it's Jake's favorite. But the Candace Owens debacle? I don't know. Have you followed Candace much, James? I mean, I know we've talked about it before on the show, but she's a wild card, bro.
I find Candace insufferable. She's so
perfect.
bad.
This will be great then, dude. All right. Which one of these came first? So she did a live. I gotta give you guys some backstory. She did a live show with Piers Morgan, and this is after she said that she wanted to do a live stream with Turning Point USA. I can't stop it for some reason. Please, internet connection.
I tell you what, I think it's already controversial. We don't need to get more controversial, okay? Do I think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger? No.
Okay, I can't even stop it now. Okay, thank you. Let me pull this down. It's broken
control.
for me. I've lost control of Candace, just like Candace has lost control of Candace. But so she turned down a live stream opportunity with Turning Point USA because she also pretty explicitly accused them of being in on Charlie Kirk's death.
No, she's just asking questions, John. She's just asking questions.
No. She's even going to say, no, I know that 2 employees at Turning Point USA were either in on it or had foreknowledge of the event. She's going to be pretty explicit saying that these 2 employees, I can't say anything for sure, but they might have had something to do with your husband being killed. Now, Erica Kirk, I also find off-putting at this point. I was very sympathetic early on, but the more I see, the more I'm like, this is also a little weird.
Yeah, I wonder.
Instance,
so yeah,
here's the funny one. So the first thing that pops out to me is how she forgives her husband on a public that can be a very Christian thing to do. But at the same point in time, she then is like vitriolically angry at anyone who questions any of the events around her husband's death, which that seems strange to me because like there are lots of questionable things that the FBI has done and lots of silly little things because Kash Patel, not super competent apparently. But to be really, really angry and lashing out at people questioning the narrative, but then at the other hand, like forgiving the actual murderer of your husband, right? According to the official narrative. So that that seems like a pretty direct contradiction. And then, of course, right after her husband's death, like the biggest threat to her is NTPUSA is like anti-Semitism, and they're doing a whole like Shabbat thing for all that sort of fun stuff. And it just seems odd to me. It seems like the organization is taking a change, turning of direction, Turning Point USA, Turning Direction USA.
Turning direction. I don't know about the Jew thing, but I don't know. I feel like to me, the forgiving the murderer is you're right, just like the Christian thing to do. That's what she was trying to do, and I think that was a somewhat beautiful example of forgiveness. I do think that was very much in line with what Charlie would have wanted and what Christ calls for. I can understand the criticism and anger and perhaps even, I mean, now is not the time to forgive the people that are supposed to be on your side, that claim to be, I mean, even in Candace's terms, she is claiming to be speaking like in support of Charlie and his message. She's saying people betrayed Charlie. So, and she's, accusing essentially Erica as being in on it, at least complicit in some way. And so she is trying to raise the mantle of Charlie in support of her delusions. And I think it's a different category, right? Like the murderer is clearly unrepentant, clearly a psychopath and a lunatic, and everyone knows where we're supposed to stand on him. And if Erica is willing to forgive him, I mean that's a remarkable show of Christianity, really. But in terms of Candace, she is trying to co-opt Charlie's name and message for her purposes. I mean, she is trying to do all these things really in Charlie's name, as if this is what Charlie wanted, because she is claiming that Charlie was betrayed by all these people, and
including her.
Fair if true, but that's the big if, right? And so I can see where Erica's coming from on that.
Well, so I'm not upset at Erica for being upset at Candace, because Candace has done some really disturbing things. So going over the text messages between you and this dead man while trying to like drive a wedge between the memory of him and his wife, because if you remember, she's talked about like, oh, when they were dating, he would always text me and he would be like, oh, I'm so nervous, what should I wear? And then she's like giving him advice on what to wear when going out on this date with Erica. And it seems like she's bringing all of this stuff up after his death to try and like say that, oh no, I was like the one that was really close to Charlie.
Right,
like we were so
What
tight.
a
Like he
scummy
came to
thing to
me
do.
for advice.
Yeah.
Right. And so but Erica's not just mad at Candace. So when I totally get her being mad at Candace, because Candace is driving wedges between anyone and everyone and being like kind of disgusting, and
As
at
is
least
her way,
implicitly, and she has a history of being wacky. If you go to early on in her career, she wanted to put together a list of all of the, at that time, I want to say conservative people. She wanted to put them like on some sort of registry, which is quite funny. Don't do that. But yeah, so Erica being mad at Candace, totally get. But at least from what I've seen, this might just be clipped out of context. Erica being like viscerally upset at people questioning the narrative or commenting on things. It's like, to me, it's like, well, yeah, it's the event of the decade, basically, right? Only superseded by the possible Trump assassinations in terms of like, for lack of a better word, a turning point, right? Because it was so publicized in front of everybody. Everybody saw it, all the different narratives and, little weird things about it, which I think people are right to call out. But so to me, it seems strange. A lot of people also say it in chat at the time, watching Erica Kirk come out to like fireworks and forgiving her husband's killer. It's like really charming and seems Christian, but in hindsight, maybe just being more cynical, it's like, that's also like a really PR thing to do. Like, it's weird. It's weird to in some ways. I don't know. There's something about it that vibes.
Yeah,
wrong with
so
me.
I mean, so there's the vibe is interesting, and I kind of get where you're coming from. I think people are making too much of that though. Like even just people are criticizing her for being too public facing, and well, it's like Charlie had a book coming out, and she's trying to publicize his book, and now is the time to do that, right? Like if you want the legacy of your husband, your dead husband, to live on, then you have to stay in the public view, and it's only going to get less and less relevant moving from his assassination. And so, I think there really is actually, I imagine, and I could be wrong. I mean, well, okay. I imagine there is a really selfless aspect of her staying in the public view. She probably would prefer just to shrink away and go grieve her husband. Now, I could be wrong. It's possible that she also does have her own ambitions and wants to promote herself. And even that is I mean, there's something human about that. We all have that kind of well, not all of us, but that's not that can seem perverted, but it is not necessarily an issue even in and of itself. But it is. I see why that rubs people the wrong way, but I think people are making too much of that, and I think that there is definitely a more charitable read of her being so public and being so, PR friendly. I think that it's sort of reading into it too much. I think that there is a pretty charitable explanation that really she is doing. I mean, she's trying to continue his legacy, and what more could you ask from the grieving widow? I mean, in fact, that's probably too much to ask, and maybe that's where the criticism comes from. But that's
that is probably where the criticism stems from, because it seems like in the weeks after Charlie Kirk's death, TPUSA takes in $140 million in donations, right? And the wife is putting herself really front and center, which is obviously it's worked, because I mean they've raised so much money and they've maintained the relevance and moved forward with his legacy. The book is coming out and all that sort of stuff. But even that seems so cynical and like money oriented, and like, oh well, we got to keep his name going because we're about to release a posthumous book. And I'm like, ugh,
But it's also just the way of the world. Like you can't, right? Would it be better if she could just disappear and grieve her husband? Yes, possibly. But
well, for her and her kids, yeah, because their kids
right.
need her.
I mean, definitely, yeah. But well, yeah. But she is a public figure, and public figures have certain duties. But I get it. Like there is sort of a weird vibe, and I feel that as well. So I'm sort of arguing with myself here. Yeah,
because that's people want to see a grieving widow wearing black and crying at a funeral, and then not much else. Like that's normally what we think of with a widow. But yeah, it's like showing up to the with the vice president and giving him like a weird hug around the neck, like a week after your husband is dead, wearing skin tight leggings. It's like sometimes it's just a little strange. Okay, and so you add that in with all the other things, and then people like Candace, and you get the shenanigans that have been going on. But anyways, on to this. All that to say, Candace saying some wacky things. She actually finally gets confronted after turning down having a live stream with TPUSA, which would have been probably the biggest live stream of all time, at least in terms of a political specter, because Candace has been getting, again, I think she's been the #1 streamer on YouTube, like every time she goes lives, like millions and millions of views, insane donations. And so keep in mind that Candace also absolutely has a financial motivation in all of this. She'll talk about TPUSA's financial motivation, but the amount of money that she has raked in over all of this is insane. And I know people will point out that, oh, well, her husband's rich. It's like, yeah, that doesn't really matter all that much. Her husband's probably gay, but which is another funny story to get into, because other people have claimed that Candace's husband is actually gay and just married her to keep up presentations. But anyways, super funny. Everybody in this story sucks. All right, that's my opinion. Until proven otherwise, everybody sucks.
Why would he say that?
So
why was he so involved as somebody who's fighting a 97,000 front war?
Candace, I want to get to the reality of what you're actually somebody
might not be playable.
Who?
Mhm.
Who was?
I believe.
Oh shoot, is that not coming through?
Yeah,
it's pretty rough.
it's rough.
Hello.
Send it to me. I'll pull it up.
Ah, damn it. Oh shoot. Fine. All right. Fine. My bad, guys. I'm sorry that my internet's just straight up garbage. All right. Coming through in the private chat. Audio. Fine. All right. That one, and then the shorter one right after it. Play the first link first, and then the second link right after that, because that's kind of her on her own show. All right, Richard, all up to you, bro. You got it. The future of the stream is in your hands.
So
Why was he so involved as somebody who's
Candace,
fighting
I
a
want to get
97,000 front war?
Candace, I want to get to the reality of what you're actually saying. So when you say that somebody at Turning Point USA, Charlie's company, was complicit in his murder, who?
Mhm.
Who was?
I believe that there were multiple people at Turning Point who are, as I have said many times, my exact words are, they are engaged in a cover-up of what happened to Charlie on that day.
No, but who was involved in his murder?
I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said that people at Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No, you didn't.
I believe
Sorry, you
that
didn't.
thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that.
Go ahead and
You
pause.
said literally.
I did say that
they
on
were,
my entire
You said
show.
there were people at Turning Point complicit.
There we go.
Yeah, I know.
Not
I know.
let me
I know.
pause.
X is difficult, Richard. Come on, Boomer, get it done. Get it done.
It didn't want to pause.
Yeah, Candace is basically lying here. Like, I don't know if there's a better way to say it, because she said, now again, when you're on a live stream, you talk a lot, you say a lot of words. So maybe you misspeak every now and again. That does happen. But she has like absolutely claimed that people around Charlie Kirk knew, were complicit, engaged in, maybe they were in on it with the Egyptians or the French or the other people that were coming to murder her at one point in time, which is also just one of the many little rabbit holes that you can go down with the Candace TP USA stuff. But no, she's straight up lying and saying that they engaged in a cover-up, like a coordinated cover-up of Charlie Kirk's murder. Like, I want to know the reasoning of it, because like let's take that at face value, where yes, two of his employees didn't know that he was going to be murdered, but when he was murdered, they decided to cover it up for financial gain. Like, how and what is the cover up? Like, what is there to cover up? That's also my question, because I've seen my favorite. Okay, let me list some of these ones. Okay, so heart attack machine, that's a good one. Hologram, that's another good one. Second shooter,
These can't be real.
No, these are all real. These are all real. These are all real. So I have somebody was sending me a reel.
We
about
all
the
saw this in
hologram
4K.
conspiracy. That's fake. That's the thing. It was a 4K hologram, right?
Got it.
So there's the hologram theory. There's the second shooter theory. There was the exploding earpiece theory, right? But again, I don't know, when they say cover up, I still don't know who they're covering up. Like, it's got to be Israel, right? Because that's the one. Whereas, because Charlie Kirk comments like right before he died, so it's either got to be Israel and the Mossad killed him, or the GIGN killed him because of Candace or something. I forget how they play into that. Or
don't forget the Egyptians.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the Egyptians had to do with it either. So again, I don't know.
The planes, man.
Yeah. Hologram is a fun one. That's real though. That's real. Blood packets under shirts, saying that he's still alive. He was just it was all a facade to get him out of there. Yeah, French
He got
DIDN.
shot twice. That was the most interesting one that I heard. Was he got shot?
I haven't seen that one. The
hand,
shot
in the
twice,
head.
but
And don't you know, John, if you were shot with that caliber, your head would actually blow off. It would not do
well, that's
what that
one of the
bullet
biggest
did.
ones online is the 30-06 conspiracy, because
Right.
they're saying, listen, at this distance, it couldn't stop these vertebrae. Now, another weird thing, like I might be also a little skeptical of this, because I do find that element strange, to say the least. But then when you find out that what's his face, Martin Luther King was killed the same way, like he got shot in the neck with a 30-06 and it didn't pass through his body. It's either really weird that it's happened twice, or it's like the world's craziest coincidence. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, like, okay, it's like happening once, that's strange enough. Happening twice, two of the most prolific assassinations of all time, It's like now we're just being funny, right? And if it happens a
I
third
had a
time,
nickel.
this is gay. This is strange. It's all fake and gay. Not true. Actually, I have a clip for that. It's all fake
Feels a
and
little
gay.
fake and gay. Gotta tell you guys, it feels a little fake and gay, and there will be no fakeness and no gayness.
And that's
She's
what
so
I'm-
hot,
like,
man.
Listen, James, unprompted, 2025. He's so hot, man. I got a better one for
You don't get
for
to
you.
ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
He's so uncomfortable.
All right. It's but in the way that you like, James. Don't lie. Just don't lie. But that is the funny thing, though, right? Because if this is really gross, but if his head actually did like come off, or there was like an obvious bullet pass through, then nobody would be going with the 30-06 angle. But the fact that, again, according to the official narrative, it bounced off of one of his vertebrae, traveled down his spine to where it stopped. Like, if you think about all the different things a bullet could do in the human body, like that seems to me to be the least likely option.
Right.
But that is, again, that is the official story.
Right.
The least
Right. So that's
likely
why
option
it's
is
just
that
weird.
it entered his body, hit a bone, and then deflected.
Well, I agree with that, but that's what they said. It entered his body, like through the side of his neck, hit one of his vertebrae, and then took a right angle turn down his body, which again is possible. Is possible, of course, but it just seems like really strange. And then people say, oh, well, the angles don't match up to that rooftop, and it couldn't have happened from here, and it actually should have come from behind. Or there's been all sorts of wacky conspiracy theories about it all. And my stance on all of it is I have no idea. Okay, it's just weird. Now, to me, a tranny leftist Antifa member furry killing a right-wing public speaker, very logically possible. Okay, these people have tried to do it with Trump. They've tried to do it with other people. These people
They
get
did it
arrested
with
all the time for
young lady at Brown University.
Yep, very true. Which
This
we
is
I
a
didn't have the
great
update to that one.
time.
Yeah, we
Great
do
time
have
to
the
employ
update.
a little tool called Occam's razor. Simplest explanation is probably correct. Not always correct, but probably correct. And if your explanation involves tons and tons of extra elements of conspiracy and, massive subterfuge and holograms, you might want to rethink your theory.
But those
Well, so
theories
one of the
don't get
funny
all of
ones.
the
What was the other
traction.
theory? Because they paved, allegedly, according to this conspiracy theory, they paved over where he was shot like the day after he got shot or something, and the person who owned the construction company that did that was one of his employees or something like that. I think that's one of these other conspiracy theories that I vaguely remember hearing. But no, like there are like 100 different branches that this thing goes down.
I'm sure.
All of them nonsense for the most part. But again, just some weird things. Go ahead and let it play. Let Candace walk her way out.
Sit in
No.
his murder.
Okay.
That's what you said.
When you and I were discussing, that's why I said, let's go back. I was applying the logic of a conspiracy to JFK. I said, okay, if JFK, you have people that are complicit. Of course,
Let's
if you
forget
apply that
JFK.
logic, if there
Let's
is a
forget
conspiracy,
JFK.
there's
Candace
going
didn't
to be
invent
multiple
logic.
people that are going to be complicit
Who invented
by the
logic?
time in order for a large stage murder to
But you
happen.
specifically
so
said, you didn't say complicit in a cover-up. You
No,
said complicit
okay,
in the murder. Because I said who at Turning Point
let
was
me
involved
clarify for you.
in his murder. And
Let
you
me
said,
clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I am saying.
okay.
When I was using the analogy of JFK and we were connecting it, I was basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that all of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the
No, I
analogy
said
of
I
what
don't
happened
know.
to JFK. Well, you actually, if you go back and
I
listen,
said I
were
don't know.
suggesting that a
I said
conspiracy.
you don't know
Okay,
either.
well,
Your floating theories.
when we started
which are
talking about the
you're
JFK
perfectly
thing,
entitled. Listen, let me make it clear.
Piers, I really think you're not holding on to your thoughts here
Candace, let me,
correctly. Okay,
let
you're
me
not
spell
holding on
out
to
my
your
thought
thoughts.
very clearly.
When we
to you.
started talking
Let
about
me spell,
JFK,
hang
the
on,
implication
Candace,
that you were
hang on.
making
Let me
was that it
explain
was
my thought to
crazy
you.
to suggest that multiple
Let me
people could have
explain
been
my
involved
thought
at
to you.
different levels.
Candace.
I was then connecting the dots and saying that
Okay.
in order for the
Pause it for
JFK
a second.
assassination to
Pause it
happen,
for a
there
second.
had to have been tons of people that were.
This just gives me like Thanksgiving ASMR between your crazy aunt and your crazy uncle. Like that's what this is. This is
Yeah.
great. Like I could fall
Yeah.
asleep to this, honestly. Just
It's
two people
awesome.
yell, two people yelling over each other. I love it. Let's keep going. Let's go.
He does have
Actually,
those
I'm
crazy
gonna be
eyes,
seeing my family soon, and I'm gonna get all of their craziest conspiracy theories out of the way about what actually happened here. But I mean, at the end of the day, like literally no one knows. all of the ins and outs and minor detail. Probably Tyler Robinson doesn't even know the ins and outs of his own mind half the time. So, yeah, I mean, what is tragic about this is that I get why TPUSA is mad, because the people that they've had talking on there have been very adamant about Candace stopping if she would, right? And Erica being upset at her as well. Because this would be like if James randomly died and then people were like, oh, well, John actually talked about his exploding cigarette plan that he had, or his exploding cigar plan that he had, like Cuba. John's a communist and he's actually the son of Fidel Castro. And so it all makes sense. It's where he got the idea from. Yeah.
I buy that.
Here's
I didn't know you were
a black
related
queen
to
is
Justin
talking. Please
Trudeau.
shut up. Well, that's the line, right? I'm actually Justin Trudeau's son, who's the son of Castro, and that's where I got the idea from. I actually had some vintage Cuban cigars imported just for this purpose. It was a trap. James couldn't resist.
But Trudeau is actually the son of Fidel Castro.
Oh, sure. All right, now who's the conspiracy theorist? Although, yeah, they
Have
do.
you guys ever
I've seen the pictures. I've seen
Yeah.
the pictures.
The one where it's half and half, like half Trudeau's face, half
Half his
Castro's
face.
face. It is.
It's pretty clear.
It
convincing.
really is. And then you look at the timeline, and it's like, well, Trudeau's mother was in Cuba visiting Castro like 9.5 months
I don't-
before.
Things I don't want to know. Things I don't want to know. Oh, did Candace stream tonight? How did that go? Is she still streaming? On a counter
She
streamer.
streams all the time.
Well, I think she took a day off because she had allegedly had a phone call with Erica, which I think we're going to get to in just a second. Let it play out the rest of it.
Complicit,
I understand.
right?
I heard what you
Maybe
said.
you're the person who takes the cameras down. Maybe you're the
I
person
understand
that
what you're
told him to
saying,
drive
Candace.
that day. Maybe you're LBJ. So they're not all complicit in the murder,
Right.
but they're all at different varying stages involved in the cover-up,
Okay.
right? So that's what a grand conspiracy actually is.
Okay.
And I do believe, so you don't have to go back and we don't have to go through it. I'm telling you what I think about Turning Point. You know, I am very known for being honest about what I believe. You're not I'm not exactly a person that you got to pull teeth on.
Sure.
I believe that there are people at Turning Point who are engaged
stopped
in
talking.
covering up what happened on that
Was it?
Oh, I said she never stops talking. You do not have to pull her teeth to get her to go. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
day.
But were
I
any
have
of them
named-
engaged in the planning of the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I wouldn't know how it was planned. Absolutely, I can't make that. I cannot confidently make that statement. I can say confidently that I know they're engaged in the cover-up because I've been investigating what happened on that day and what transpired thereafter. I've been clear.
as
I've
long
named
as
those people
Candace
on my
is
show.
confident.
I've said they are engaged in a cover-up and I've listed the lies. So you don't have to try to make something out of what I didn't say. I tell you what I think. It's already controversial. We don't need to get more controversial, okay? Do I think someone at Turning Point pulled the trigger? No. Obviously, I don't think someone at Turning
Do you
Point
think
pulled the trigger. We
anybody
don't
at
even
Turning
know who
Point
did pull the
anybody
trigger.
at
So how can
Turning
I say
Point
that they're...
did anybody at Turning Point, in your opinion, know that Charlie Kirk was going to be murdered?
There is specifically 2 people at Turning Point USA, and I have communicated that information to Erica and Justin Strife that I would not be surprised if they had foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
But do you have any evidence
I'm
for
not
that?
going to name. I am not going to name those people, okay? Because it's not right for me to name those people until I know for a fact that they did.
Did you give the names
but-
Did you give the names to Erica?
Yes,
So
I absolutely did. I
you
said I
gave
would-
the names to Erica of 2 employees, current employees at Turning Point, who you believe were involved in the preparation for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
I told them that if I were in your shoes, these would be 2 employees that I would look further into.
And
That's
what
I
evidence
said.
do you have that they had any prior knowledge of the murder?
Because I don't have concrete evidence is the reason why I'm not naming them. So I've been
So you've got
responsible.
no
I'm
evidence,
not saying
but you're telling the widow that these 2 people may have been involved in the murder. But you see the problem.
well, what the evidence for it is people that there is not concrete evidence. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that I never said and then asking me to defend it.
No, I'm
not
asking
saying
what
it.
evidence
Let's
you've
actually
got.
go to. You're asking me privately. Did I communicate to them that I think you should look further? That's called an investigation, Pierce.
Okay, so play the second clip that I had up there.
All right, let me switch.
So
over.
she completely turned face on this, but I want so she is. I just lost my.
Hold on.
Am I still here?
You're here. Yeah.
Am I still here? I'm still here.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh. Why did my something die? Give me 1 second. Uh-oh.
Did we lose your mic? Like your mic disconnected or something?
Am I still here? Am I still here?
Yeah, it's better now.
I lost one of my screens. Okay, my bad. Anyways, so Candace has been, I don't want to say grifting, but you could call it grifting. I'm sure some people out there would say that it is tantamount to grifting, but she's been making a lot of this and making a lot out of this, like a ton of this. This has been her biggest hit in ever for her career, right? And so she's doing what to her hardcore fans now think is changing sides, think is betraying the narrative, right? She's now taken the, I don't know what you would call it, taken the blue pill on it, right? Now she's in on it. She's changing the narrative with Erica Kirk. And so her fans are now turning on her. So the other hardcore, let's say the conspiracy side of things, okay, so Ian Carroll, Valhalla, VFT, Range Day Bro, a couple of the big ones that are still pushing everything as hard as possible, they now view Candace as a traitor to their side for backing down on the TPUSA things and having a conversation with Erica. So now her own fans are turning on her for not going far enough. So let this one play.
They were sort of most upset with what I, obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies.
Oh yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, you call them godforsaken, and people should stop donating to them, and the organization should die, and that two of their members are complicit in Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah,
it almost seems like she could get sued for that.
And then
I don't think that would happen. I think that would be okay. So Erica, if we take Erica's side of things like completely, I feel like that would still be a bad move because now you're trying to shut down the conspiracy talk, quote unquote. So I don't know if that would have a deleterious effect on the attempt to stamp this stuff out.
Sued for saying that it's a godforsaken organization that you should not donate to.
Well, but that can be your opinion. I can say that. I can say you shouldn't donate to PSA.
Or I feel like Candace could make some really great sourdough. And maybe like slice it up and make some really great sandwiches.
You're thinking of her covered in flour, in an apron, in your kitchen, humming. There's an apple
feel like that would be a better use of time.
That's
okay.
what you're thinking of
all
right now,
hey,
James.
Come on.
You've already planned
Been
out
a little
life.
hard here.
It's already happened. There's like a. Okay, so wait, is Candace half black, or is she?
I think.
Why does it matter, John?
Well, I was thinking if you had kids, would they'd be quarter black? Because there's quarter black Garrett who looks white, but then there's also quarter blacks that look black. So I just don't know.
So
I think the
the
correct term is mulatto.
Oh.
Yeah, people don't use that much anymore. Mulatto's fine. You can say mulatto. It's not slurred. Yeah. It's in a Nirvana song.
We need to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean it's not a slur. It's just a
and
term
I've been drinking
for
125 proof bourbon all night. So
no,
you're staring at Candace. Yeah,
sometimes I let the word mulatto slip out. I don't know.
Yeah, Mooly. Oh, that's funny. Is this clip over, or does it have a little bit left?
Nope, we're about halfway. I'll let it play.
Okay.
I think attacked
Go ahead
for
and
asking
let that roll.
meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly ads. They were sort of most upset.
Okay, go ahead and pause there. Okay, let me see if I can pull this off. Where is it? People saying that the Candace Owens Daily Wire split makes more and more sense now. Yes, that's quite funny. But no,
it made sense at the time. Trust me.
Yeah. I'm sure that was not going the best.
No, I watched Candace's streams leading up to that because at the time I was still conflicted. It was like, okay, maybe there's something here. Like I was already thinking Candace is going off the rails, but then, yeah, her streams leading up to that split were warranted of the split.
He was still with the Daily Wire when Crowder got his contract and went over it, and then she called him out.
Yeah, Crowder and Candace don't get along.
Not at all. And I'll say this: Crowder has his faults, but she was going off about the contract and stuff. She's like, "Well, why don't you just negotiate it? That's what everybody does." It's like, well, that's the problem is we're continuing to negotiate bullshit when we could be just getting straight to the point.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember that whole situation going down. I feel like all of that was just gay and weird. I don't know.
It was all
it feels like
gay.
the most manufactured beef of all time.
It wasn't manufactured. This is the thing. Crowder is not. Crowder is just a drama queen, and he will make a mountain out of a molehill. And he had an actual good point about how Daily Wire practices in terms of how they were doing YouTube stuff wasn't great
100%.
for the industry. He had a valid point, and he just took it too
written
far.
In the Daily Wire contract, if he got banned for making spicy content, at the rate he was going, he would have had to pay 110% revenue back to Daily Wire. Meaning he would have owed them money for content production.
Yeah, I mean, and Daily Wire, it's their own strategy. They can do what they want. But Crowder had a point that it probably wasn't particularly helpful to the rest of the players in the conservative media space. He had a valid
the only
point.
people it's helpful to is Daily Wire and by extension Facebook, because Daily Wire is Facebook's biggest advertiser.
Yeah.
But
Crowder has his own issues, and Crowder is insufferable in his own ways.
Oh,
I kind of like Crowder in some respects. I think that he's
a necessary force.
You know, I haven't watched Crowder really in probably about a year. It was always obvious that he had personal flaws and foibles, and just from the fact that everyone that works with him eventually leaves and doesn't have great things to say about him.
Not have nice things to say about him.
Yeah, it's not a great sign. But Crowder at least believes what he's saying, and he's a drama queen. He takes himself too seriously, and that's a problem. But he does actually have some good points. He has some good senses in terms of his he's got his finger on the pulse of some valid elements of kind of cultural analysis. But it I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether I want to start rewatching Crowder. Yeah, because I watched the Piers Morgan and Crowder interview, and it was actually pretty good, and it reminded me why I liked Crowder back in the day. It was kind of OG Crowder.
So here's the thing: a lot of these conservative, kind of like Conning style of people. Not saying that he's part of Conning, but a lot of these like more mainstream right wing conservatives do a really good job against like liberal commentators. Like, so if you put them up against somebody like Piers Morgan, like some of these guys, they look really good. And it's like, oh, dude, this is what I loved back in 2016. I consumed all of this content. But it just doesn't hit as hard anymore when you know that, these guys are not as well. Especially for me, it's like you guys aren't quite up to speed. All right, we move beyond the owning libs on college campuses.
The Crowder Piers Morgan interview that he had the other day, where Piers was trying to hit him with a gotcha moment and was asking him, "So would you say the N-word?" And Crowder said it like repeatedly, like 3 or 4 times in a row.
And Piers censors it out.
Piers censors it.
Yeah. On uncensored, which I thought was really funny.
Yes, that was.
Yeah, dude.
He got Tucker to do it.
This is also a very, very funny story. So Owen Benjamin and Steven Crowder had a big falling out. Not gay Jared and some of the other stuff going on behind the scenes, and maybe actually gay Steven Crowder. But again, just weird allegations and stuff going out. Now, Owen Benjamin is not the most trustworthy source. And I'm somebody who's I've talked to Owen. I've had Owen's phone number. Okay, so like I know
That's
Owen.
cool.
Okay?
I love Owen. I mean, OG Owen was so funny.
Very good. Very
and
good.
I watched Owen while he was descending into madness, and I was like, dude,
Well,
die.
so
I wanted to pull
what I
him
was gonna say
back.
about that is yeah, so okay, so you probably stopped watching him around when I did then, because yes, I remember
Yeah.
that very slow descent. But and not that to say he's not
That
a good
N-word
guy who's
stole
done
my
good things
bike.
for his
Still a
community.
classic. Yeah.
It's very good. I still see his stuff pop up, even on my normie Instagram feed or X feed or whatever it might be. His stuff still comes across. But he's a little out there, all right. But funny story. So he gets his black friend, who is an army captain, onto Crowder's show and to be a part of Crowder's show. And it's like, oh, great, fantastic. And unfortunately, his friend claimed to have brain cancer, and so they were raising funds for all of this and whatnot. And Owen had donated a lot of his own funds, and other people had paid him and donated to his brain cancer to fix it. Turns out the guy never had brain cancer. He was just a compulsive liar, and there are still really funny skits with this guy up on Mug Club if you want to go find them. And it's just this scamming liar friend of Owen Benjamin who scammed all these people out of money. It is just one of those awkward things. Yeah. No. Speaking of Crowder, though, I have met Gerald. Gerald was at one of the PSA gatherings with Mr. Guns and Gear. And so I got to meet him for a minute because Mr. Guns and Gear is on their Mug Club. I think he's still on their Mug Club. So he's one of those add-ons. So they're out there filming some content. So I met Gerald. I met a few of the guys, but
what was he like?
I'm glad that I'm not in that sphere. Nice guy. He was very personable. Mr. Guns and Gear introduced the two of us. Mr. Guns and Gear likes me apparently because he's like, oh, this guy makes way better content than what his channel subscriber says. And, oh, that's very, very kind, too kind of you, that sort of thing. But yeah, so I like Gerald seemed very nice.
So Gerald does seem nice, and Gerald is probably good for Crowder. My problem is Gerald is actually a big reason why I stopped watching Crowder, because Gerald is just such a yes man. Gerald has nothing critical to say of Crowder, and it's probably not his job. He's like one of Crowder's best friends, but it became, as Gerald became more and more a part of the Crowder show, it became harder and harder to watch, because it was just like as a viewer, you can see all these problems, all these interpersonal problems, all these issues, all these, just kind of bad arguments that they're making in terms of how they're defending what's going on, just sort of the drama that's happening in the place. And Gerald is just always defending the Crowder line, and it just kind of turned me off, because it's like you got to be more introspective.
Were you watching when Gerald first started coming on Crowder back in like 2015, 2016?
Yeah.
Back when he was only coming on to talk about theology.
Yeah.
That was Gerald's real bread and butter, was the theology stuff. And when he starts,
but I feel like it probably helps to have a yes man if you're Steven Crowder, because he probably doesn't get along with strong personalities.
And frankly, Gerald's theology stuff isn't all that great either. So yeah,
Aww.
It's fine.
Well, anyways, the last little thing here on Candace Owens, funny little diatribe there. But yeah, so Erica and her had a nice conversation. Candace uploaded something about it, and then her fans are like, "Oh, what? You're having conversations and meetings with the murder of Charlie Kirk? You're an insult to his legacy. You're turning on us now that we've come so far. We've learned so much." We don't know anything, by the way. So yeah, I just find it funny that Candace Owens is going full circle, and then she's now losing all the credibility with her own fans, and she's already lost credibility with literally every other person in the world. So
you live by the conspiracy, you die by the conspiracy. Yeah.
Bad time to change direction. Yikes. Yeah. Okay. Well, because I have to get to this. I have to get to the last one here because, well, you should be able to figure this out, James. Okay. I have great faith in you here about this headline to figure out what's going on. So, update: one arrested for threats of arson in Western Sioux Falls. Now, Sioux Falls, that's where I live. What the heck? What is going on here? That's freaking crazy. All right. Now, just you see the article title here. All right. You see the picture here. Okay. This is the cover photo of the article. Would you like to see a picture of the perpetrator?
Does he look like a stolen car?
Not quite the same. not quite
Can't
the
keep getting
same.
away with this.
Little oopsie. Mohammed Mansari. So thank you, Kello, for going with this as the cover photo. Sioux Falls man is charged with making a terroristic threat, and then moving over to this image, which is listen, they're dropping new face shapes every day in Somalia. All right, Somalia has the greatest diversity in head shape of all time. Like, I don't know what they're feeding them over there, what's going on, but dude, actually, that's so true. This
Who
image
gave
right here.
them
How do you know I was?
protected status? Whose fault is that we have so many Somalis here and we can't kick them out?
It's a good question. I'm not actually
Was
sure,
that
but
Clinton?
It's probably Clinton, but
has
it's so
has
dumb.
it been that long, dude?
It's
Well, when was Black Hawk Down and Mogadishu and all of that? Wasn't that the 90s?
Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, that would
So
be Clinton.
this is just a
right?
repeat. What you're showing here, this picture is just a repeat of what's happening in Brown University. Have you been following that story? I mean, we don't know the
I
actual
haven't
perpetrator.
followed
They
it
haven't
the
even
last
found him
day.
yet.
No,
But,
they did.
You know, they arrest a
we
white
still don't know?
guy.
There's no update?
No,
Release
no,
the
no,
white guy.
No, they found the Brown University shooter.
Oh, they did? Oh,
Yeah.
that's new. Okay.
That was an
gonna
update
look it
since
up
we
real
started.
fast.
I was.
Is it a
gonna-
Muslim? Is it a black guy?
No,
What?
they found him dead in a storage unit.
Okay.
It was. I'm pretty
Pictures
sure
or
it was a
no?
white dude.
All right. I'm sure I'll hear about it tomorrow. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
but same kind of thing where it's like first they arrest a white guy and it's like, oh, whoops, sorry, wrong guy. I don't know what the actual guy is, but
Whoa! U.S. drone strikes in Caribbean convoy.
Wait, so you mean this guy? Green card from Portugal, 48 years old, not a U.S. citizen. This guy's white. Claudio Neves Valente. Is it this guy? Sorry, let me share this tab.
you're not sharing it.
I'm seeing.
Oh, sorry. Breaking face photo of Portuguese national Claudio, the suspected Brown University shooter. Is it this guy?
Is that the first one or is that the more recent one?
Brown University shooter. I don't. I just pulled it up, and this is the first thing that popped up. So I don't know if this
What's
is the guy.
the date on that post?
A couple hours ago,
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
December 18th, 6:50. So yeah, 2 hours ago.
Everyone at Brown has been so incompetent in this investigation. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Valente.
Interesting. It is Valente.
Yeah. Supposedly he was his last registered address was in Miami, and he is
Okay, so
allegedly also has
Portuguese
ties to
guy.
some. Also, allegedly has ties to.
did you're talking outside of the program, Richard, and it's really bad. And I know that's tough for me to say as George Droid over here, but but yeah, so apparently this is the guy. So Portuguese national, Claudio Neves Valente, 48 years old, not a U.S. citizen, green card holder from Portugal, once was a Brown University student, found dead in a Salem, New Hampshire storage unit. What is the... See, this, like, if I was being a conspiracy theorist here, I'd be like, what? He goes to a school, murders 2 Republicans,
He
drives...
doesn't even look like a student.
to New
What?
Hampshire?
How old is this guy? 48 years old?
Well, he's 48. 48 years old. He says
He's
once
reinventing
was a Brown
himself?
University student.
Okay.
Well, so he murders 2 Republicans and then drives to a storage unit to kill himself? Why would he evade cameras if he was just going to kill himself? What?
Well, most likely going there to meet someone.
Good grief. I have no idea. This is...
That also just seems very, very strange that he just murders 2 people and then goes and kills himself. Because usually, like, you kill yourself at the scene, or you know, you don't.
And what
care
about the whole Allahu Akbar supposedly
we don't know what he said
heard at
yet,
a
right?
time? Right, no one knows,
We
right?
heard him
But some people reported...
I've heard it. I've heard that reported, but I haven't seen that actually.
And they will
like
officially... they
officially
won't say.
reported.
Right, yeah, they'll just...
And with a
yeah.
Portuguese accent, I mean, Who knows
I
what he
mean,
yelled?
Portugal's kind of close to Grenada.
Well, Portugal. What's the Portuguese Muslim population?
I don't know. I was not expecting Portugal. That was not on my bingo card. Color me
That
confused.
is strange. Still brown though, okay, not white. We don't
Still
count
brown.
Portuguese.
Well, it's necessarily brown because of the university.
Actually, good point. Good point. That's double brown. Actually, so
That's
they're
right.
only like 1% Muslim. They're really,
Okay.
really low. I thought it was actually higher, 1%.
Oh.
So
Good for them.
So that's strange. Anyways,
So-
well, back to the Sioux Falls story real fast, just because I find it very funny. And this looks like a cartoon character, okay? This doesn't look like a real person. This looks like a cartoon character. Like, this, it looks like, one of those stick figures with the square head on top. That's literally what this looks like, all right? I feel bad. Weird phenotype, okay? Anyway, so a man was arrested Tuesday morning after live streaming to Facebook threatening to burn down a building. Just saying things that you do. Also, this is what I left in Sioux Falls, like a foot of snow and like -9 outside. So now it's 45 and raining here. According to a news release from Sioux Falls Police Department at approximately 6:45 a.m. Tuesday morning, Metro Communications fielded a report that a man was live streaming on Facebook with threats of arson. The man claimed to have a gun on him and was showing a knife on video. He was also lighting objects on fire. This led to the blockade near Saratoga Avenue. I probably delivered to this guy's apartment complex. Officers responded to the residence near West 46th Street and South Saratoga Avenue. The suspect refused to come out and barricaded the door. Sioux Falls Police Department emergency response team and Sioux Falls Fire Rescue responded and eventually took the man into custody. And this is 28-year-old Mohammed Mansouri of Sioux Falls.
I'm just surprised he had time to do any of this between scamming the government.
Well, there was another story. We don't really have time to get to it, but it was another 2 people that got arrested for scamming. They each had a monthly income from snaps of 150K to 500K, which is wild.
I gotta get on that, man.
I like. It's good money, dude. It's insane.
I don't think blackface is particularly admirable or a great idea, but for that kind of money.
Okay. Which one's more upsetting? Blackface or somebody scamming 100K to 500K a year, okay? Right.
Why
So
not
think of the
both?
greater good here. Well, that's
Brother,
the
give
thing.
me the shoe
You need to
polish all
do
day.
the blackface. You need to do the blackface to do the scamming to then use that money for good. Right?
Don't
So
tempt me
it
with a good
definitely
time.
crosses out. It definitely crosses out. And so I do like how they call this man though, Mohammed Mansouri of Sioux Falls. I'm gonna be real, dude. I don't think he's from Sioux Falls. Just a hunch. I don't think he's
Wild
from
hunch.
here. Yeah. Anyways, barricaded,
grief.
taken into custody. Yeah, don't go over there. Yeah. Sioux Falls has got some weird Section 8 places where they literally bust them in from Minneapolis. And so there's just like, you have whole Somali neighborhoods in, well, I say neighborhoods, they're just apartment complexes, and they're very sketchy. They're the bad parts of town. What are you doing, Richard? Oh, you're trying to pull up your own. I know it
this
pulls
is-
up the old one instead. It's annoying. Okay,
does.
so Brown, MIT, Professor Shooter. I can't read it, Richard, because it's too pixelated on the screen for me.
Okay.
So if there's anything of note there that you want to read out,
Yeah.
go for it.
So supposedly this guy didn't just shoot the people at Brown. Allegedly, there was also a murder of an MIT professor in his home, and supposedly this guy also killed him. And yeah, it's weird because the cops are just saying, "Don't worry, there's no longer a threat to the public. Everything can go back to normal now. Ignore the last several days of panic that this guy was missing and supposedly on the loose." It's very, very odd that this guy supposedly killed 3 different people at different universities and then took himself out in a storage unit.
Yeah, that seems weird to me.
So wait, we're back to
Strange.
the Brown story?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the
The Brown
Brown
university
story
story.
also ties into the MIT professor who was killed. I forget how many weeks before. Let's see. It didn't say the exact date on the MIT. Oh, it was he shot shortly after. No, I thought
feel
it
like
was
we got to wait a
before.
couple days before we know what's real when it comes to this investigation, because all the people handling it seem to be completely incompetent. So they could
Yeah,
be
the
telling us
police
one thing
chief.
tonight, and I am not convinced.
You know what's funny is when they are this incompetent, that's where people like Candace thrive, right?
Of course,
That's
that's why she
that's
has
where
a
all the
platform.
because you get to fill in the gaps, right? And when you get to fill in the gaps, you get any inconsistencies or oddities or irregularities, you just get to make up. You can. Here's the thing: the government doesn't want you to know this, but you can just lie. You can just say whatever you want. It's free. Well, all right, gents. That wraps it up. Much longer than I thought it would be. We're 3 hours in. Had a fun little talk. James, if you need to hop out, like, feel free. I'm not going to put a gun to your head because that
I
leads
think
us
my
to other
wife's gone to
conspiracy
bed.
theories.
It's
But
good. We're
all right, fine, fair enough. Well,
it's
here we
late
go
enough at
then,
this point.
gents. Andre for 2 says your audio is messed up on YouTube. Bro, I think everything is messed up on YouTube right now. I have like 10% battery left. We should make it. I should probably put this on the other screen so I can actually read it though. There we go. How about that? Because one screen is like this old TV that's in like 720p, and since everything is so blown up, I can barely read anything that's on it. So it's just like a point of reference. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate that. Lightsport for 2 says, "Oh boy, I came back right in time for super chats, and now you're in another super chat, sir. Appreciate it, Lightsport." The Lightsport for 2 says, "James, look up Fluffer on Google, please."
The trap. It's a trap.
Actually, Richard, you have to now read out the what's the one that everybody does? The something dictionary, right?
Urban Dictionary.
Urban Dictionary Fluffer, please, Richard, and then read it out when you're ready. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says Trench is Candace doing whiteface. That's not true. That's not true because listen, people think Candace is hot, like James, not to call anyone out specifically.
It feels a little fake and gay. Gotta tell you guys, it feels.
She's got wide set eyes, all right? She's got some wide eyes. Like, who's the other girl? Anna Taylor-Joy has wide set eyes. Some people like that, though. Some people like it.
Isn't it Anya, not Anna?
Is it Anya?
Am I wrong on that? I don't know.
Anna? I don't know.
It's Anya.
I don't know. Anya Taylor-Joy. Fine. Anya Taylor-Joy has wide
I know
set
my
eyes.
big-eyed
All right.
girls.
Yeah, don't impugn my girl like that. How dare you? James winked at me when he said fluffed, says Talio retards. Oh, no.
All right.
Thank you, Talio.
Catching strays.
Subarctic Psycho. Well, they're taking advantage of you because you've been on that whiskey all night. So now they're just doing, you're not
Compromised.
even fighting it anymore. Yeah,
that's right.
Subarctic Psycho for 2 says, "Are you streaming from 2001?" The internet connection is retro, very retro at this point in time. Oh, you're not going to pull it up on screen, are you? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. All right.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to say I know that one.
Oh, okay. All right.
You didn't know that, John? You didn't know what a fluffer was? Yeah.
So
I still don't know what fluffing a bull
something-
means. Because that was the
wouldn't that-
context.
keeping him ready to perform
mean,
on your.
I presume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I knew it was something sexual, but I wasn't. All right. I wasn't like that. Apparently, that's
Sounds
a
like
real
a
job
worthwhile
description.
activity.
Like James on 1 bottle of whiskey. I could do that. What's the hourly rate for that? John for 2
Is
says
it a
Richard
volunteer
Gassy.
position?
Oh no. Also, the EPS came in. Thanks, Scope Focus. Appreciate that, sir. I am very glad that I had to sleep on the couch to get that package because FedEx only delivers at the crack of dawn. And if I'm upstairs with my wife and family, I will not hear the door getting knocked on. So I'm pretty sure like a SWAT team could break down my front door and I would not realize it. I'd be in bed asleep, just like, oh, this is nice. It's peaceful. Be a SWAT team frantically sweeping the downstairs. Thank you, Chud. Chud for 2 says, look at stoner versus alcoholic societies. One works. True. Alcohol is better than stonering. I think you should just be a man, be like your forefathers, and get drunk every evening. Or at least a couple times a week. Thank you, Chud. Amorite Boy for 5 says, Scheduled 3 is a better classification than Scheduled 1 based on the scheduled definitions, but still bad to use recreationally, better than opioids for pain. I agree. I think if you're using it as like to get off of things or to stop you from getting on harder things in the first place, I think that, yeah, weed can definitely be a better alternative, though still not ideal. But if we're talking about better alternatives, I agree.
As a Schedule 1, because Schedule 1 means no medicinal use, and that's up there with
that's the stupid thing with
and what else was it?
Yeah, right. With like hemp too, is because hemp is another thing that they don't want you to be able to, because it's a good alternative for a lot of things, but Big Pharma and some of these other corporations don't have a use to make money off of it.
So specifically with the hemp, the Navy uses for it, right? Because if you're towing a ship or whatever, the fiber ropes that they have now stretch so far that they get backlash that, like, when the rope straightens out, like, it kills people. It legitimately kills people. It rips heads off of shoulders. And the hemp rope.
Oh, have you ever seen those ropes snap? Those huge ropes snap? Terrifying.
It's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. I've seen one happen in person, and it sounded like a bomb went off. It was so loud.
Yeah, you don't think about it, but those ropes weigh thousands of pounds. Like,
yep, and then the tension that they're under when they're trying to pull another ship. It's insane.
Just a little bit.
But the hemp ropes do not stretch. They do not whip. They do not have backlash. They just, when they fail, they just fail. Right? There's no killing people when the thing finally gives way. So I don't understand.
I can figure out a way to make it kill people, Richard.
Well, I mean, in the good way. The good way. Slip knots and things like that. Large trees.
In the good way? What?
Yeah. I think Toby Keith wrote a song about it with what's his name? The stoner. Anyway.
Baby Brother for 2 says the Bill of Rights was written on hemp paper. Good to know. Thank you, Baby Brother.
Is that true?
That. I'll take his word for it. I read it online, so it must be true. Fine, I'll look it up. Bill of Rights, hemp paper.
I got a question earlier about what cigar I'm smoking. This is an Oliva second cigar. Oliva is always the best. And cigarpage.com is the place to get cigars.
Yeah, so the Bill of Rights were indeed written on hemp paper. The Lightspore for 2 says, please bully GT if you see him. Well, I will see him, but he's not very happy with me. He's very upset with me. Still very upset with me.
You said hi last shot.
I did, yeah, but apparently I have screenshots, and apparently he's still he's blaming me for the breakup of his family, which I find that very silly, just to say the least. Polly for 5 says, how are you 10 years younger than me, but remember dial-up? Is North Dakota a third world country? Also, I'm late and gay. Praying on it. You change time? ? Well, so yeah, for me, it's only 9 o'clock because I'm over in Washington State now. But I grew up in Washington. I lived here for the first 27 years of my life. And yeah, I guess just where I lived, we had dial-up internet when I was like a little kid. Remember, my dad did work on dial-up internet and it was miserable and all that sort of fun stuff. But yeah. James, did you ever get subjected to dial-up internet?
No, I think I'm too young. I'm only about 3 years younger than you, but I don't remember dial-up at all.
Well, I only remember like early on. So it was probably like 4 or 5 was the last time we had dial-up internet. So if you were like 1 or 2 by the time it was kind of phased out, then yeah, you're not going to.
Yeah, that's right.
Good question from the chat. Which family did you cause him to break up? Very, very good question.
But it's funny that this is a multiple choice answer, A, B, or C. Randy reviews it for 2. Says, my first USPSA classifier is on 1-1. ... I hope. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it'll just be another stage, not a classifier. I thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. Polly B for 5 says, no idea who the Flectarn AK guy is, but there's no way he's allowed within 500 feet of a grade school. He had a killer mustache. Killer mustache. Now, just because he's an AK fan and AK fans have a certain reputation doesn't mean we should judge all of them based on the way most of them act, right? That's what Martin Luther King said.
That's what he said.
Polly B for 5 says no. Oh wait, no, I just read that one. Thank you, sir. Bojangles for 5 says, what about a 5.45 AR upper? That's something I have along with the 5.56 AK or 5.45 AK.
It only makes sense if you have several spam cans of it saved over from the fall of the Soviet Union.
Not even, because still in an AR, 5.45 would use the same bolt as 7.62, and that's the weak point. So even if you got a 5.45 AR upper, which people did make them, and I think you could still get them in a few places, but the problem is it utilizes the same bolts, which are bad. So it doesn't really make sense in an AR platform. And you can't get the ammo. Jim Eagle for 2 says, can't message you on X. What gives? I don't know. Actually, let me go ahead and put in. Actually, I don't. Richard, can you put the Discord link in chat? Or can you put it in the private chat so that I can copy and paste it over?
Yeah.
If you put it in
X messaging is a little bit weird. Sometimes you have to have like the premium subscription to message people. I found that issue before.
Well, actually, you know what's funny is I think Jim messaged me before I had the premium, and then I bought the premium because I just wanted to have other things for it. What the heck? Passcode. What the heck? What is wrong with you? And then I wonder if because I have premium and he doesn't, it doesn't allow him to message me.
It's in a different category.
Somebody does.
Yeah, we see it
now. Yeah. You can't talk with the lower class anymore. Lower class citizens who don't have premium, it just automatically filters you out. That's funny. I should be able to message you.
That must be great.
No, I'm never on X, but I pay for it just in order to be able to message people. Yeah.
Well, some people that's the only place they talk,
Discord is free, right?
Yeah, but it's not like public. So it's like if I'm on Discord and I want to look up Isaac Botkin to send him a message, like how do I do that? Right. I can do that on X. Can't do that on anywhere else. Shoot. I think this
Why
is
do you
Jim.
want to look up
I should
Isaac
just be able to
Botkin to
message
send
you.
him a message other than to call him a slur?
Well, no.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I've
I know
talked
he's
to
nice.
Isaac. I've talked to Isaac. I did send
We
him a
met
message
Isaac
on X
together.
a while ago. Yeah, you were there. I ran into him a couple times at Drop Show. One of them you weren't there. Okay, it was the cooler time when you weren't there. But no. But no, I sent him a message a long time ago, asking him if he wanted to come on the show and talk, and no response. So from what I've heard, they're also upset with me because I had that interview with Brandon and then with Lucas, not like back to back, but within a similar time frame. They were not happy with that.
What would they
Definitely
be
not
mad
with the
about with the
fans.
Brandon interview? I mean, you were totally fair.
Because he
thought
gave
it
him a
was.
platform. That's what he was upset with, is that you gave him a platform and that people heard what he had to say.
Their PR has not been great. Let's just say.
No. Emery Boy for 5 says Animal Farm is a anti-authoritarian, not anti-commie or fascist. Both sides of the political spectrum get it wrong and try to use it against each other. No, that's the thing you don't get. My side is cool and based, and your side is like really lame and cringe. So, that's the other thing too. Like when it comes to Death of the Author, everything gets used for political wins and political one-upsmanship. It's like, no, actually, my cartoon character favorite would associate with me, and he'd call you cringe. You see this happen all the time. Like, oh, Batman would beat you up. It's like, no, Batman will be on my side. Batman is totally trad. It's like, what? Okay, all right,
grow up.
Whatever, bro. Yeah,
Get laid.
whatever, bro. Maybe if you. Well, I don't even know. I wouldn't go that route because I think that like I hate people using like the virgin thing as like a slur. It's like, because I mean, especially from our perspective, we're like, yeah, that's actually a good thing. But I get it that it's funny. But I just think maybe you should stop caring about what a cartoon character thinks about you.
To be fair,
kinda
like
the
to
same
clarify,
thing as-
get laid in the context of marriage, of course.
That's not as catchy though. Get laid.
It's
in the
not
context
as
of marriage.
catchy.
Yeah. Willie McBilly for 2 says, Richard, shut up.
Fair enough.
All right. Only $2. Wow. That guy Zella for 5 says, how do you and your friends who are nearsighted typically shoot? Contacts, ? ANSI rated lenses in their everyday glasses, prescription inserts, etc. My wife who wears glasses, and she just shoots with her glasses on. And I know like somebody like Hop just shoots with contacts. You have to be able to see, right? So whatever you do to work, and then that fixes your vision. I know people who have absolutely horrifying vision that still shoot really well, and they just have to kind of overcome it and focus even harder. Vision focus.
I wear contacts. It does matter which eye you overpower, if that makes sense. Like sometimes you have an option in terms of contacts. Sometimes you're like in between sizes, so to speak. And for me, like I noticed that I need to overpower my right eye in order to be able to make that the dominant eye.
Interesting.
For like red dots and stuff.
Do you have same vision in your eyes, or are they both different?
They're pretty similar, but they're about like a quarter power off. And so it does make a difference. Yeah.
Are you super nearsighted, or is it?
I'm not that bad at all. I could drive without my glasses, not legally, but like I could get around.
Gotcha. Iron Knuckles for 3 says left-handed freaks. Yeah, I agree with you, 100%. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says the AK is something Trench would fluff with Floyd. I don't even know what this would mean in that context, but thank you, Tally Ho Retards. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says Trench can't put together good content, let alone an AR. John Fritz, 848 for 2, says it's obviously the trans African. I don't remember what that's in reference to, but very funny. Bad Boss for 5 says still watching the last live stream. All right, way behind, bro. Come on, catch up. The Brown University guy offed himself basically 10 minutes from the Christmas market I was at. Oh wow, okay. So you were ahead of us in terms of learning about that, but you were in the same area. That's crazy, dude. Well, thank you for the 5, and I'm glad you're safe, man. Ridiculous for 2 says, imagine if SIG buys USPSA. You say that as if SIG is not really heavily entrenched. Maybe that's a good word for it. Not in the gay way, but entrenched with the practice score. So them buying a shooting competition is not outside the realm of possibility.
That was my first thought. I was like, SIG's got practice score. SIG will just take over USPSA. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I mean, SIG sponsors practice score. They don't own practice score, but they're the biggest sponsor of it. So I mean, and so they're very heavily entrenched in shooting sports. So whoever bought, like USPSA makes money. As incompetent and as foolish as they are, it makes money with very little oversight, which is part of the problem. But just
it's a great business model. You send us money and we do nothing. Love to be heading that business.
We have a board of directors. We have a legal team. And we decide, we have a website to upkeep. That's like a couple $100 a year or something. It's a lot. We have a code monkey downstairs. Does the work for us. It's great. Not a lot of overhead. Yeah, thank you. Ridiculous. Over on Ko-Fi, Jin Ocean says, honestly, why the F should any of us care about this? It's like watching 2 girls fight in the school hallway. We should just do our own research on the assassination and forget about anyone else because these people are a waste of time. You say that as if we would not have all stopped and stared at the 2 girls fighting in the hallway at high school. That's prime time entertainment, all right?
Hey,
prime time entertainment.
We do have a somewhat positive update, it seems, from the Brown University shooting. Where is it here? Oh, can I not pull it up? Are you serious? Is it a different tab? I am utterly retarded. Trump's putting a pause on immigration visas because it turns out that this guy was an immigrant.
Yeah, well, we knew he was from Portugal, but if Trump is actually pausing all student immigration visas,
yes,
I need an article for this, all right? Because that is crazy.
I'm getting it. I am just utter retarded. Sorry. Here we go.
That's fine. Thank you for interrupting the flow of conversation without the article up. I appreciate that, Richard. See, that's why the previous super chatter asked you to be quiet.
Yeah.
Where's the headline? I have to like really lean in to see it on the screen. U.S. to pause diversity visa after Brown shooting suspect identified as a green card holder from program. The United States Immigration Agency has been directed to pause its diversity visa lottery program. Why is that a program that exists in the first place? Diversity visa lottery program. After the suspect in the Brown University shooting was found to have entered the country via the scheme, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, my former governor, Claudia Valente, entered the United States through the Diversity Lottery Immigrant Visa program in 2017 and was granted a green card, said Noem in an ex post. Damn, she's putting that down like an old dog. You know what I'm saying? That program is gone. Finito. Took behind the shed like old Yeller and just both barrels.
Kristi Noem's kind of cute.
She is.
Unprompted, James, 2025. You know what's funny is the chat is always like wood. James is literally just the chat on like 5 shots. Okay. Well, hey, so how many under the diversity program, up to 55,000 immigrants can enter the United States each year from countries with low rates of immigration. Okay. So, well, 55K is something. But what's the yearly intake we have? Isn't it like 500,000 or 1 million of legal immigrants? Isn't it? I mean, 55K is something, but it's not like the main problem. So this is like, I view this as like a good step, but if we're trying to limit immigration and like fix the problems that we have here before we open the floodgate, so to speak, like I feel like that's a really small part of it. Like I'd also be curious to look at the crime stats between like student visa green card holders versus like
it probably doesn't hold up. I don't know. Students are pretty messed up though.
It can be for sure, and I don't think this program should exist at all. Like getting
that's the thing.
Somebody from another country to come into our school system to learn to hate Americans is like there's no benefit here. So having these people compete against their own students for space in the classroom, like why would you do that? So I mean, in one way, it would help to make college cheaper if we just completely eliminated programs like this.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I say take the win. Like, I am not anti-immigration in principle. Like, I think that some amount of immigration, in principle, is a good thing. I believe in assimilation, and yet the numbers are too high. We've got to bring it down. And at this point, it's like just anything that reduces the immigration is probably a good thing. I would love to get to a point where we can discuss, like, what are the countries and what are the types of people we should be bringing in that would actually benefit our society. But we're so far from that. The numbers just aren't there. We have way too much immigration, period. Legal
So what
and
you're asking
illegal.
for is like a reasonable look at things, right? What actually benefits Americans, like truly benefits Americans, right? Because if you look at it currently, like it's some ridiculous number of immigrants, legal immigrants, that it's like 80% or something are a net drain on the US tax system. It's like you people shouldn't be here like at all. Like even like the financial argument, like GDP go up, doesn't work with these people. So like this is before we get to any like cultural or ethnic or racial makeup of the country. Like even financially, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Let's just take a pause until we figure out what the hell is going on. Like, let's just.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of like auditing the gold at Fort Knox. Is it actually there? Who knows?
The guy was a nuclear scientist. The other MIT professor that the guy shot.
Okay, so the other victim was a nuclear scientist.
Yeah, the
so
third
we got
victim was a nuclear
Brown
scientist.
Portugal man murders a nuclear scientist. That's totally enriching our country.
Who was also at Portugal. Apparently, they went to the same university between 1995 to 2000.
Okay, so this is Brown on Brown violence then, huh? Brown on Brown violence on Brown University campus.
Yes.
I'm joking right now. It's tragic that this man has died, but I wonder if they went to the same college in Portugal. I wonder if they knew each other. Is there some sort of other motivation for this murder specifically?
Well, supposedly they knew
Like that
each other.
seems really odd to like 25 years later, you're at the same college and you murder somebody that you went to college with in Portugal. Like that seems, if that's random, that's insane.
Well, no,
Like
it
that's
wasn't
an
the same
insane
college. He had to
coincidence.
go to a separate. He had to go to a separate location. He killed this guy at his home. Like he tracked this guy down, shot him in his home.
Okay, so it had to be personal then. Right, it had to be.
Yeah, but I'm still not sure what the connection was. But at least now we know why he didn't off himself right there at the university is because he wasn't finished doing what he was doing.
Well, do you think he was trying to get this guy from the start and there just happened to be other people in that room and then he killed them and then went to go find this guy, or did he kill this guy first and then go to the college campus? Which one came first?
So that's a very good question. Is he may have been looking for this guy at the university, but from the other reports we heard, he called out the girl by name. So that's your guess is as good as mine on that one.
That's weird.
But
It's
none
all
of
just
it
weird.
none of it makes sense. And then the cops are releasing so little information on it. You know, it's that meme.
Well,
there's
how
nothing
much
to
do
see
they
here.
know either,
Everyone
other
move
than
along.
well, yeah, just tell me what if they know what the guy said before he killed the woman Ella and the other gentleman. If they know what he said, they just need to report that. Like even if it makes like I don't know, people look bad, quote unquote Islamophobic or something, just release it. Because when you don't release it, that's when it makes everything look worse. All right.
Yeah.
Still over on Ko-Fi. Geonosian says, I was the one that threw milk cartons at fruit at them to stoke the fire. But yes, cat fights can get interesting, especially if they're Mexican or blacks. They can fight, let me tell you. I've seen the Waffle House videos. They can fight. Sabardic Psycho for 5 over on Ko-Fi says, I'm a hunter. I know what 30-06 does. It doesn't do that. It blows all the way through and makes a big ass hole. Well, so right. So, Jape, just logically, right? So, if you say, okay, I shot you in the neck at 153 yards or whatever the distance has to be with 30-06, and your neck stopped the bullet, right? Just with the limited understanding that we both have, that just seems strange on its face, right? It seems strange. Like, I would not expect that to be the outcome. That is an unexpected outcome.
Sure. A little fake and gay. A little fake and gay.
Yeah, because I mean, it's logically possible that it could deflect, right? Because if you shot, like, this is what I want to do, okay? I want to line up 1,000 pedophiles, and I'm going to shoot them all in the neck with the same rifle, the same
That
condition,
would be
okay?
the ideal testing conditions.
We're just going to see how many of you, like, stop the bullet, okay? And if it happens, like, twice out of 1,000, then it's like, all right, well, that can't happen. All right, guys, look, like, I've got the bodies to prove it.
Bullets do weird things. Like I really feel like the ballistic analysis of some of these assassinations are some of the least informative content videos out there. It's just like, you know, people will take a ballistic gel dummy skull
or like
and put it out there. It's
even
like,
the quarter-inch steel, right? Because people shoot a 30-06 through a quarter-inch steel. And it's like, sure, but not necessarily at the same angle, which is a big deal. And we don't know what type of round was being used. As far as I'm aware, we don't know the exact round being used yet.
Barrel length.
Whether it was a soft point. But we ostensibly we have the rifle, so we know barrel length and condition of the rifle. But yeah, there's a lot of variables. Okay, because I mean, you'll see like in really weird reports, somebody gets like shot in the stomach or the leg with a rifle and it bounces like up their femur or something weird like that. Like stuff happens.
Bullets do weird things. Anyone who works with ballistics will tell you that. So I just don't. It just feels like you're trying to invent theories to solve something that, yes, is perhaps weird, but not. I don't know. I guess it's technically evidence for your conspiracy, but certainly not proof or anything amounting to that.
Most likely outcome, I would wager that the neck stopping a 30-06 and it traveling straight down the body would be like the least likely path of the bullet. That seems to me to be the least likely, because I feel like even if the neck like deflected it, it would go still out like maybe the sides or the back or in a different area. But the fact that it allegedly again went through the neck, hit the spine, and goes all the way down your backbone until it stops. Like again, if I did this 1,000 times, that would probably be the least likely outcome. I would think, at least like we're looking from the outside with very little knowledge. It seems to be the least likely path for a bullet. Doesn't mean it's not possible, just saying it seems unlikely. Polly over on Ko-Fi says, I'm sure none of us consider Candace, quote unquote, right wing in any meaningful sense of the word, but she has the most popular podcast in the world and is the face for the American, quote unquote, right.
Wait,
Nick
what
Fuentes,
other wing would she be? I think she is right wing in a meaningful sense of the word. I can't buy into the first half of that comment.
Well, so I think when Polly or a lot of other people say right wing, they have some sort of ethnic component to it, like nationalist or more than just because like conservative. Yes,
Because she's black, she's not right wing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, but she doesn't advocate for race in any way, or even really nationalism. Because I would have to ask her about that. Because I could get behind her being conservative, but I also wouldn't necessarily put her right wing. Because when I say right wing, I'm thinking of the end of the right wing, not like the center right, like closer to the middle part, if that makes more sense. Because like when I say right wing, like, yes, she is on the right wing. I agree with you because she's not a leftist, so she is on the right wing. But when I say somebody is right wing, like I mean like far right. So it's like, how do I explain this? I guess maybe it's just the way that the culture has moved. Maybe. Because colloquially, I wouldn't call her right wing, even though she's
I don't know what you would call her.
the right. Conservative. Because
Okay,
I'm
but
on the
isn't
right wing
that
that's
on
not
the right?
interested in being yes, but the right wing would be like everything from who's the center? Who would be the center?
But Candace isn't in the center. Like, where do you put
no, but I'm
Candace in
saying
the
who is the
spectrum?
center? Who is the center, right? So the center would be like
Ted Cruz or something.
No, not even, because he would be like
Not
pro
even.
war
You're
in some
right. You're right.
context. So
Yeah.
it would be like Dave Smith or who's that other guy on not on Daily Wire? Gay guy with kids. Not it's
Dave
I forget his
Rubin.
name. Dave Rubin. Okay, so there's like these like centrist guys that are like they're not really right wing. They're more like maybe
Dave is about
conservative.
he's a good example of a centrist right winger.
But socially liberal, economically conservative, right? So that's kind of how that's like your
JFK,
centrist, right?
Yeah.
Sure, but like right wing to me is like sure everything technically speaking is right wing to the right of Dave Rubin. But like I wouldn't consider like a libertarian who happens to be like right next to him as right wing, even though technically he would be on the right wing. Like when I say right wing, like in my mind, it's something akin to Nick Fuentes, right? Something over here, right? Where Candace Owens,
but there's a gap in
represents,
between
like,
that you get.
there is a gap, but I mean, still, Candace Owens would be I think, socially.
I feel like Candace is
liberal
like right
in a
up there
lot of ways.
with Nick. I think she's just in different ways. I don't know.
Maybe, but also to be fair, I have never watched a Candace live stream, so maybe my knowledge of
Who
her
could?
politics
How-
is very limited. But just I mean, because I'm interpreting that she's socially liberal. Maybe she's not socially
She's
liberal.
not.
and that's
She's
just
not
something I
socially
ascribe
liberal
her.
at all.
Okay,
No.
So
No,
maybe I don't
Candace
know
is-
enough about Candace Owens.
Yeah.
But I think when a lot of people say right wing, they mean in this context like right wing nationalists, which was going to have a racial component to these guys. So while technically she's to the right of the center, when they say right wing, I feel like that has like a different connotation to these people. And yes, I mean you people.
You people.
Like so. Well, so it's like, would I consider Ben Shapiro right wing? It's like, oh, I'm right wing. It's like Ben Shapiro. I wouldn't put him in the same group as me, though. You know what I'm saying?
Shapiro is definitely right wing.
I know he is, but it's like if I call myself right wing, I don't want to be standing next to Ben Shapiro. I'm like, no. He's over there. Okay, he's over there. He's doing his thing. So they're trying to separate it. Maybe the terms aren't quite perfect. All right.
There we go. Well, left and right wing only they come from they go back as far as the French Revolution. It's just the the left people, the people on the left that we would now call the left wing, sat on the left side of the parliament in the French Revolution, and the right wing sat on the right side. So it's like, it's just this term that we've co-opted to describe the political spectrum. And if you admit that it's a spectrum in general, then you have to start to fill in, on the spectrum. And so you've got to include people like Ben and Candace, and you've
it's
got
really about association though. Like we agree that they're right wing on like a technical level, but it doesn't feel right to call like or who would I say? Like Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. Oh, you're both so right wing. And they would look at each other and be like, ugh. So it's like, sure, they're both right wing, but that's maybe not what we're trying to get at here in terms of that. I think maybe more accurate would just be like nationalist versus like conservative. Like, or maybe
you've stumbled onto the problem of a dichotomy. The problem when you try to simplify everything into two groups. Yes, it does create problems. You get people that are strange bedfellows.
Yeah. All right. Where was I? Sorry, I was distracted. We didn't even make it through there. Anyways, Nick Fuentes, Polls pin, throws grenade in chat, is right. She has set the movement back 5 years. ... Women, referring to Candace. Now, maybe from your perspective, I'll ask you about this. Do you think Candace has hurt the right-wing conservative movement?
Probably. I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what she has at this point. I think that there was a point at which she added some, like her, what was it, Blexit or whatever, whereas like black people moving right of center. Okay, it's like that I guess has some value. But these days, I don't really know what Candace adds to our side.
But do you think that the conspiracies around Charlie Kirk's death have actually are they going to cost conservatives the midterms in 2028 or 2026? Sorry.
No, I don't think they will, but they certainly don't help.
To me, it's just like Trump not doing what he was supposed to do. That's what's hurting the chances in the midterms, not Candace Owens having bad takes or, making up stuff about, Egyptian planes. Like that to me, that's not going to lose your normie. That's going to be annoying to people who are terminally online.
If you're talking politics, then you're stumbling onto another dichotomy where you've got, you not only are we talking about left and right, we're talking about something even dumber, which is Democrat versus Republican. And so politics makes you stupid because it forces you into this dichotomy where now you have to pick between two sides that you probably don't align with. You almost certainly, if you're a thinking person, don't align with perfectly, and yet you have to pick one or the other. And so, I mean, even, conservative and liberal or leftist and rightist don't line up with Democrat, Republican in any perfect way, but those are the only options you got. And so now you're forced into this dichotomy. Politics make people stupid. That's just how it works.
All right. Cody over on Ko-Fi says, "Hey, John, first time commenter." Well, that is insanely generous of you, sir. Thank you very much for that. I got something here for you. Probably this one.
Damn.
Anyways, I hope that played for you. Again, on my screen, it barely works. Says, "Hey, John, first-time commenter, but I listened to the VODs, the VODs, the next day. While at work, I was wondering if you'd be willing to add the Going Crazy song with the next batch you upload to Focus Tracks. Also, was wondering if you'd be willing to add a download link for the song." Which one's the You Going Crazy song? C-Man, thank you for that, but I don't remember which one is the Going Crazy song. Is that the anime metal song? Because if it's that one, I'll put that one up. That's fine. I brought them all with me on this laptop. I have all the files so I can upload them for you. But yeah, I'll have to figure out which one that is. And I can get that upload for you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I think that's it for Ko-Fi. Okay, perfect. I think that's it for Ko-Fi. All right. Moonman for 5 says, "Erica Kirk and Candace Owens are simply women. As such, they are retarded and should not have a platform." All right, there you go. That's the takes we needed. Thank you, Moonman. Genojan over on Ko-Fi actually says, "Saw some dude get shot in the chest and it exited out his calf. He died, obviously, but rounds do crazy stuff." Yeah, I've heard of wacky ballistic scenarios like that where bullets just do things. You know, sometimes they just be doing that.
The sample size of one.
Well, it is also odd that MLK had the same thing happen, to him, which is weird. It's just
Two.
weird. It's just weird. It's weird that it happened twice. Moonman for 2. Says, shocker, the American conservative is gross. See, I don't even know who you're referencing, but I agree with you just on principle that yes. Thank you, Moonman. Polly for 5 says, amazing. I literally muted Morgan/Owens briefly. Candace is still louder than Piers. It is the head tilts prognathism. That's probably not how you pronounce that. Prognathism, grimace, and gyrating earrings. See, again, that's a $2 word. And my vocabulary is not that.
Prognatism.
Is it prognatism? And why is it interesting?
I think you're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yeah, well, I was thinking thism, but it's tism, prognatism. Well, that's easy. Why is there the H there then? Come on, English language, why? But okay, thank you for that, Polly. I appreciate it. Sabartic's like, yeah, the way her head be gyrating, it does some people, just makes them feel a certain way. Sabartic Cycle for 5 says, I want to hear Mr. Suds' opinion on the whole matter. Who's Mr. Suds, Richard? Why don't I get this? Thank you, Sabartic. I don't know who Suds is. McLean for 5 says, I have a hard time trusting a woman who married their husband 17 days after meeting them. The Kirk denial theory holds water to me. Did they get engaged 17 days after meeting? Because that doesn't sound right. Married in 17 days would be insane. I mean, unless you're Mormon. In Mormons, this is actually very common because once you go on a couple of dates and you're like ready to go, you go, right?
And once
so the entire dating
wife approves.
Well, after the first one, it's much faster, right? It's basically an application process, and it's just really, really simple.
Yeah,
simple.
Yeah, but she has to approve of the following.
I mean, once you've soaked a couple times, aren't you really married in God's eyes?
Yeah.
No, that's
at least the bed shaker's eyes.
Oh, that's even worse, dude. Just imagine being the what do they call? Do they call them the bouncer, the third position? Is that worse than a cuck because you're actively helping in their intercourse?
Brings
so it's like you got the
all new
cuck and
meaning
the
to the
cuck.
term
Well,
third
no.
wheel.
What if there is a cuck in the cuck chair while the bouncer's bouncing the shakers?
What if the cuck is the shaker and bouncer?
Or the soaking, the stokers. Sorry, the stokers.
Yeah,
that's weird, dude. That's weird. Thank you for that, McLeod. I appreciate that. Moonman for 5 says, nobody knows and nobody cares. I'm just mad I can't escape that effing song about it now that I've heard. Oh, the We Are Charlie Kirk song. Dude, that song goes hard. I love how it just pops up in random places. Thank you, Moonman. Tally Ho Retards for 2 says, her stream tonight was insane. Well, I'm not going to watch it, but I'll take your word for it, Tally Ho Retard. Tally Ho Retard for another 2 says, she doesn't know what a canine is. Literally. She doesn't. Oh, that's, I can't be too upset that because there are lots of apparently, say la vie, right? I don't know how that's spelled. You can pull that out of me with a, can pull that out of me with a canine. Okay. Wouldn't matter. I don't know how to spell that. Tally Ho Retard says she literally tried describing a canine and couldn't. I like dogs. Polly Buper 5 says Candace and Piers arguing. Just add Ben Shapiro staccato kvetching, and that's some primo Clockwork Orange reconditioning torture reel. You say that. I should just make that as an intro. Just put the 4 of them in 4 different corners, just nonstop over top of each other. Who would be the 4th corner? I need somebody else. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson doing his cry yell. Be really good. Thank you, Polly.
I think just having Tucker Carlson in the bottom corner laughing.
Just
maniacally.
laughing. That's it.
You got it.
Moonman for 2 says, so glad my man Kanye got out of his Candace phase. That was another thing. Because wasn't Candace trying to sell merch off of that whole affair?
I didn't.
And then
surely.
she had a falling out.
Yeah.
And then she had a falling out with Kanye or something. never followed that closely, but I do remember something about that. Moonman for 5 says, if taking a woman's side is something that even enters your mind for any reason at all, you are not going to make it.
Well, there wouldn't be a reason. It would just be feelings.
I mean, what am I taking her side for? What am I going to use it for?
Yeah, like...
Am I cutting it off, or...
You soak with it. Polly P for 5 says, respect, James. I don't always drink bourbon, but when I do, it's barrel proof. All right. Moonman for 5 says, watching Steven Crowder at all in the last 5 years, Israel needs more money, Goa. You better be sending it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he has a pretty normie conservative take on Israel. I don't think he diverts too much from that.
I think he has the simple opinion that maybe Israel's better than Hamas. Sorry, that's not that wrong of an opinion.
Okay, here's the tough question that I always say as a joke, though.
When the war minister or whatever was saying that Christians can go ahead and be martyrs since they don't want to leave their churches in Gaza. Like, he called that out.
That's good of him to do. But so I have a funnier joke that I always say to pro-Palestine or pro-Israel people. It's just whichever one has murdered less children, that's the one that I'm on the side of. And then they argue amongst each other, and you're like, I don't know, maybe I just don't support either of them very much, you know.
And then you toss a penny in there that has abortion written on both sides and watch them fight.
What? All right. Stealth for 5 says, reminds me of the Uncanny Valley. It's not quite human, so it triggers a fear response. Candace doing the thing. TK's Tiny Peen for 5 says, I thought we kept track of Muhammad at all times in Sioux City. There's only 3 of them. No, unfortunately, there's not. I mean, there's probably a couple thousand, to be honest. So,
and how many of them are named Muhammad?
Well, that actually only narrows it down by half, which is funny.
Right.
Polly B for 5 says, I feel compared to Pimp, that guy Zila, nearsighted by birth, got PRK like LASIK in the Army at 25 years. I'm 40 now, life-changing, worth $5,000. Yeah. My sister-in-law had a vision surgery when she was younger, and absolutely, that's one of those things where, yeah, there's a little bit of risk of side effects, but would you pay like $5,000 to have like better vision the rest of your life? Like, yeah. It's like, if I could pay $5,000 to be twice as strong as I am now, and that was it, that was the whole process with like a 0.2% of something going wrong, like, same thing with vision, right? It's like, could I fix my vision for $5,000? Yeah, sign me up. I take that risk. I take that bet. Thank you, Polly. Appreciate that. Chad for 5 says, when Piers told Nick to get laid, do you think that was Piers offering his own wife? Oh, I didn't even think about that context. That's good. It's like, no, you should get laid. No, like, she's right there. I'll even, I'll be there offering moral support for you. It sounds like Nick will be married long before Piers gets some. See, that's the thing too. It's so weird when the liberal is like, you need to get laid. You need to get laid. And he's a literal cuck. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward when that's the advice that he's posing to a young Catholic man, as a supposed Catholic himself. Thank you. Bear Arms Channel says, are Brock and Boondock a thing now? I mean, that's not my place to say, but I mean, you could infer that there's a possibility of something there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know the answer, but I can't say.
Co-hosting and stuff, and
and that's the stupid thing, right? As soon as you say, "Oh, I can't tell you that," everybody immediately knows that. Like, oh, okay. Lightsport for 2 says, "Wait, why the f do you have a suit on, Focus?" I have a couple suits here. What sucks is this is actually my not nice suit. The other suit is actually nicer, but I ordered the wrong size, or at least it shipped in the wrong size. So I'm wearing this one.
It looks great with all 6 pixels that we can see.
That's good. It's even better, honestly. Just let your imagination do the work. Amrite Boy, which is what I tell my wife, for 2 says, but that means our UK cord buddy can't get here. That's true. Sithnix is gonna have to fight it out in the UK, dude, which is not a great proposition. Not a great proposition over there. Feel bad. Light Sport for 2 says James Fishback has the right idea for immigration. I'm gonna
I don't know
assume
who that is.
that is somebody. I don't know either, but knowing Light Sport, that is either going to be a deport them all or don't deport them all kind of guy. You know, no need for deportation kind of guy. But thank you, Light Sport. Moonman for 2 says northeast. Sorry, no wait, I can't read. Northwest European Christians only or wood chipper. What do you got wrong with you don't want the Balkans in here, bro? You don't want no Romanians in here, bro? Super racist of you, dude. No Poles. You know, it's funny. Okay, funny thing about right-wing people and hating Poles, because you know, like Hitler and a bunch of these other people, they hated the Polish. They hated the Polish, right? They're the only country in Europe that's like doing really good right now, and it's the freaking Polish who are like hated by both sides of everything, which again I just find funny. You know, something about electing Jesus Christ as your king and your country's doing like the best out of all of Europe. Something silly there. I'm sure there's something you could drag out of there about being blessed, but you know, we'll never know. Thank you, Moonman. McLeod for 2 says we had near zero immigration before a Hart Cellar. Well, so that was the thing, though. Well, in the moment, you could see how arguing for immigration, they could say, "Oh, well, we'll get all these positives from it." But it was like opening a box that they had no idea what it would do. They're saying we're doing really good right now, but we could do even better if we had more immigration, right? But they didn't. I guarantee you, a lot of those people, if they could fast forward 60, 70 years, would perhaps think slightly differently if you pulled those people out of that time from this time, because you're in a good time, things are going really well. You don't necessarily see the effects of this one decision that on paper might have some benefits for you 60, 70 years down the road.
This is the thing about economics. What I've realized is that people that say they're free market are really just free transaction. The market is more than economics, right? In order to have an actual free market, you have to have maybe some guards around the market to make sure that the riffraff don't get in, so that people aren't ripping people off within the market, or people aren't coming in and stealing everything, all the goods within the market. Like,
just
to
like
be
speech.
free market, you actually have to allow for all these conditions that are non-transactional, that actually allow for a free market. And so a lot of people that say they're free market are really just free transaction. They're not thinking bigger picture. You actually have to look at the conditions that allow for the market to be free. I mean, this is why anti-monopolistic laws are valid. Even under free market principles, you don't want monopolies because they're anti-capitalistic, they're anti-competitive. And so you actually allow for some amount of government intervention. Same deal with defense, same deal with tariffs. I mean, as long as tariffs are used in this sort of antagonistic sense, where you've got a competitor that is an adversary like China, then you actually need some tariffs in order to, yes, they're going to be anti-capitalistic, but they might actually serve the free market in the long run. Now, they might not as well. Like, you have to actually look at the particular case. But there are good cases to be made, even from a free market perspective, for certain anti-capitalistic actions in the short run that benefit the long run freedom of the market. It's a difference between free market versus free transactional.
It's really complicated, right? Because the thing that I kind of thought of when I was going to college for this sort of stuff was the free market doesn't really exist. It's kind of like this silly conceptual thing, because you and I happen to be in it. So when a libertarian says like the government should have no influence on the free market, somebody else ends up controlling it, right? And it just that's the thing. Somebody else just ends up controlling it, right? Whether it's you, me, or Amazon, right? So whether you want to be overruled by a corporate or like a state, whatever it is, it's going to be somebody. It's going to be somebody. And I think what has held up the best in the past, and theoretically the best in the future, is a moral state government led by Christian rule, or influenced by Christian rule. That would be the best, right? Because like the most free, like I don't even know necessarily what that means. Like, sure, buying underage hookers on the corner is really
right. You got to define freedom.
Free,
yeah,
but like that's not the sort of freedom I'm interested in whatsoever, right? The freedom to buy underage hookers on the corner is not relevant to me whatsoever. So just quote unquote more freedom doesn't mean anything. Lightspore for 2 says politely, I'm the closest to the lightning gentleman than Candace. No, I know what you mean there. We're talking about the right wing versus like Candace Owens. It's because we see ourselves probably so far away from somebody like Candace that the thought of being associated is, obnoxious. But again, I get it as a term. Moonman for 5 says conservatives just get to go to a special learning camp, not the kind you never leave. Oh, okay, so the retraining centers, yes. Concentrating centers, learning centers, all the sorts of things. We take care of all the people. Thank you, Moonman. Lightsport for 2 says, Mormons, you say, Jake, whip out your toe. What about Mormons and Jake whipping out his toes go hand in hand together? Strange.
Jake Zorp? Which Jake are they talking about?
Jake. It's always Jake with his toes.
Yeah.
It's Jake. Jake. I mean, come on. He showed his dogs on stream. Yeah, I mean, he might as well be that hooker on the street, showing some toe.
I must have missed that. Which stream is that? I gotta look that up.
Yeah, I need to know that. No, I have videos of it.
Hey, can you post that in the chat?
Can you post the chat, please, right now. Actually,
for research.
I don't have any good pictures of it right now, but I'm sure people could send them to me. But anyways, with that out of the way, James, shout yourself out. Where should people find you? Where should people check you out at? What do you got coming up? You got like a company or something?
I do indeed have a company. So yeah, I mean, Compulsive Gun Buyer is my YouTube channel. I don't post very often. I do have a video coming out in the near future. I just finished editing it today with Brock and Hop going over some thermal condensation of knowledge that we've kind of collected over the last few years using thermals. That should be a good video. I'm excited about that. I'll release that sometime before the end of the year. Compulsive Gun Buyer doesn't have tons of activity going on it, but it's a good channel if you want to check that out. Meteorite Concepts is my company. I run that with my brothers. We make light mounts. They allow you to get pivot functionality for your old Streamlight or Scout Pattern lights. It's a great company. We also make some cool grips, fantastic on some of your shorter builds. We've got new products that we'll be releasing in the coming year as well. So just a cool, innovative company, lots of fun. My brother is a mechanical engineer, and he's kind of a wizard with SolidWorks and stuff, so he does a lot of the design stuff. We have some cool relationships in the gun industry in terms of manufacturers and for aluminum and polymer products. So we're trying to make some inroads there. Meteorite Concepts is that company, and that's pretty much it. If you want to check out the Redoubt channel that I run with John and Christian, who you may recognize from Brass Facts videos as well. That's a cool channel. We talk about theology and philosophy and some other fun stuff. So that's a fun time. That's pretty much all my shout outs.
Yeah. So I put Meteorite Concepts and Compulsive Gun Buyer, the channels in the chat. Meteorite Concepts, the website where you can buy cool swivel mounts. Full disclosure, I did get sent a couple of them, but I am still using them because I like them quite a bit. And
They're
also
good.
the Regarding Doubt, channel is also in the chat. Richard, what do you got going on, homie?
Tomorrow I've got the video coming out where California criminals are bragging about holding children and babies at gunpoint. Good times.
Asian children and babies.
Yes.
They target Asians.
15 months old. 15 months
Gotta
old.
do what you gotta do, man. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. That baby got
thank you
that
very much.
cheddar.
Anyways, thank you very much, James, Richard, hanging out, chatting with us. To everybody in the chat, thank you very much. Maybe I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm not sure, but it's a possibility. You never know. It's going to be a bit of a wacky schedule. I might try and get a better streaming location where I actually have internet. But yeah, with all that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. God bless you.